honestly, I kind of did that a little for cricket. I just like decided 7 months in advance, like, I'm doing this. I don't care. I'm doing it. If I have to practice a bunch, I'll do it. And then I
Yeah.
did it. And it worked out.
Oh yeah? Say Skittles is cricket.
Skittles.
Damn it!
Give me some
You still got
Skittles. Yeah, I still
Skittles.
have it. I was worried I was going to have it forever. I was worried that I was going to pick it up and never be able to shake it.
Right, just accidentally have that for real for the rest of your life.
Scary.
There's-
Scary.
There's definitely times when I catch myself like accidentally slurring at it, and I'm like, "Oh no, is that it? Is that it? Is it happening?"
I'm stuck.
Anyway, hello, welcome to Wildfolk. Not everyone here is playing. We're just chilling for a second, but we're gonna jump right in. Before we get started, though, quick news: our next game is tomorrow. We're playing another session tomorrow with everybody who's not in this session. We're coming up very quickly on a lot of our holidays and travel plans, so we're going to try to squeeze in 1 or 2 more sessions as fast as we can before we do a big break. And then hopefully that'll give some time for people to catch up and get all the things that they missed while we're doing cool stuff with family and friends.
Speak for yourself.
Okay, I'm trying to figure out real quick. Okay, stream, can you hear me? They're saying voice stuck, and I can't tell if they're referring to
I
the
can-
It's about your
conversation.
voice getting stuck.
Okay,
as-
alright.
as,
Making sure.
Yeah.
Alright. Where's my music? Kill that. Where's my notes? I should do that.
Wait, did you mean to do all that in cricket voice? Or
Hey, you shut, shut the fuck up. I will
I thought we were
find
still
you.
playing the game.
I will collect you.
Leave it all, leave it all, leave it all behind.
Damn. Yeah, that song has been stuck in my head, like, since we started.
Same.
Notes here. Map. Here.
Jaeger, when we get to MFF, we should only speak an accent.
That's...
Oh man.
I did go back and listen to an episode, and like at one point I was like, I don't even know what I said. Like I had to like Eli responded to me, and I'm just like, I don't know how you understood. Oh, I think it was about the plants. He's like, oh, that's grass. And I'm like, I don't even know what I said.
I was listening to some earlier sessions of Age of Awakening, and the Lush voice was truly wild in the first like 10
It was.
sessions.
Oh my god, I could not keep it up. It was just like so insane. It like annoyed me, and I was like, all right, well, I have this item that makes me not stupid. I guess I can stop this voice.
I know I already mentioned in Telegram, I did miss my opportunity to make Bill Grimm German. It's all over, but that means we can have a different German skeleton at some point. Or go ahead.
No, you're good. Carry on.
Speaking of Bill Grimm, we open basically right where we left off. A few minutes have passed. We lower into the tent at the landfall kind of mission tent or restoration camp, where we see Bill Grimm is nervously looking towards the door and then back towards the Tesseract box, and then towards the door and then back towards the Tesseract box. And although he is keeping a cool demeanor, and although he has very little way to show emotion as a skeleton anyway, there is just kind of a nervous air about him. He can tell for certain that something weird has just happened. He's still trying to process what exactly it was, and he's looking to everyone else to kind of be like, okay, are we ready? We are running out of daylight, and I would like to not have to try to sleep while I'm still thinking of this.
Oh, do you mind if Fred takes a look? He know where to look. He's in my hand.
Is that safe? Do you think that's quite all right?
Oh, aye. Man sees lots of things. His mind's stronger. I'll close my eyes.
Give me a diplomacy check.
Hold on, I gotta open my character sheet.
I believe in you.
While he's working on that, how much time have I had to patch myself up, if any?
For the sake of convenience, I'll say it's been about an hour and 10 minutes. So you could have had like one really big heal and then one more of your quick ones if you'd like.
So I'll toss another second. I healed once last time, so I'll add a quick one to it.
Perfect.
If you need a healing potion, I have some that are going to expire, and I'm happy to share them.
Do they expire in this game?
Well, my weird crafting ones do.
Oh.
Let me just see how much health I get back from this, and then...
Yeah.
I mean, if you have one that I can go sneak around the corner and not suck it to a black hole, that would be. I'd probably take one.
Jesus Christ, I didn't realize you were good at diplomacy. Holy
No,
shit.
no, just take a little drink. We don't mind.
Yeah, well, I'm adorable. I'm just so convincing.
That makes a lot of sense. Speaking of healing real quick, Pritchard is very happy to help you out with your wounds if you would like, baby boy.
Who? Oh.
Pritchard Ketterby, this
Peter?
Herringon that has been kind of accompanying Kaz and Jane. He does come up to you and says, you do look a little banged up. Do you want some help? I can stitch you up. I was a field medic back in the war.
I assume he's not offering me this magically.
No, he is getting out like a set of healer's kits and sutures and
Oh,
bandages.
no, I'm good.
Are you quite all right? You do look injured.
Oh, maybe, but I'm fine.
Right, it looks like his head could come right off.
I gotta admit, I don't think I've ever had people turn down my healing so much as I've had in the past 48 hours, but I'm just gonna assume that this is some weird adventurous stuff, and I will do what I can.
I'm gonna lean over to Pritchard and kind of cover my mouth so nobody else hears, and be like,
I think they might be racist.
Against Herringon? Can that... Are people... Do people not like Herringon?
a cat shrug.
Either way, Bill will look to you, baby boy. Well, if you believe it is safe, I will shield my eyes, and I recommend everyone else does the same. But if you want to open it for them and let them take a look, I suppose, be ready for things to go wrong.
Oh. Okay. I guess I'll just walk up and, well, I'll probably like close my eyes, and then like Mara would just be like giving me like commands like up, down, left, and then like I'll open up the box, pull it back. I already told him before like what I saw,
Understood.
so that he can kind of like tell like what's different. Nobody to tell me about it, but you know.
Right. Okay. Mare takes a look in the box, and you can kind of... Mare mostly communicates to you through this kind of telepathic empathy, this communication of feelings. Although, do they have the ability to speak today? I know that's something they sometimes can.
No, that's just the touch telepathy.
Understood. Wonderful. Alright. Then the emotions that are conveyed to you first are an overwhelming amount of confusion. But then there's sort of a pondering and a seriousness, and then a spark of realization. And that's kind of where you brace for like, okay, this is where things went wrong with us. I remember seeing something and then something went wrong. And you kind of hold your breath, you brace, and nothing weird happens. And then a few seconds later, Mare begins to convey understanding. They begin to convey, not like...
He can like telepathically speak to me and not his feelings.
Okay, understood. Well, I think I see what the issue is. And if you had a reaction to it, then you probably shouldn't look at it anymore. And I shouldn't tell you what it is. I know that you know what we're doing here, and why it's dangerous. Suffice to say that I do think that there's something fishy going on here. Did your friend need it they were gonna do something with it?
Oh, I don't know. Oh, I guess I'll like turn and be like, what are we gonna do with what's in the box?
Bill Grimm says, if the Athenaeum is up and running, I would like to try to identify it with divination, try to figure out who it belongs to, or if it belongs to anyone. I do promise I intend to tell you more about this whole thing. I understand that we've been through a lot just now, but I need to make sure that it's not dangerous first, so I would like to identify it before we do anything else with it.
I'll convey it to me. So, importantly, Mare does not have the ability to understand spoken language.
Okay, it is
He
only...
can only understand what I telepathically communicate with him. Obviously, he can still hear and see, but he cannot understand spoken language.
I see, okay. Alright. So I guess next question about Mare. Can Mare move things? They're an orb. What can Mare do?
Right now, he can talk to me telepathically.
Understood.
All he can do.
Okay.
That matters. His other ability doesn't actually function.
So we're gonna teamwork this, alright? It's adventure time. We gotta solve this puzzle together.
Oh, we do this all the time? Just want to
Yes,
keep the game?
yes. So we're gonna activate protocol grabby hand.
Puppet Master. Oh.
I need you to raise your hand up to this edge. Okay, like forward, like 5 or 6 inches. Left. There you go. Okay, grab that, and you feel cold flesh in the palm of your hand. Okay, just take that. Don't take anything else.
Okay.
And then as you pull back, you see what we saw last time, a single hand that appears to have been cut at the wrist, bandaged around the open wound, and has this just cold, clammy skin, and one ring around the ring finger, a left hand. And the mayor's like, okay, go ahead and close the box now.
Okay. Oh, I got it.
Sorry, I missed a detail in the narration there. Baby boy, when he looks in, now only sees one hand.
I'm not looking in. My eyes are closed, and Merit in my antlers is like telepathically guiding me,
Yeah.
by just telling me what to do.
Okay.
Mayor's weird little orb seems to be doing the looking in. Of note, they appear to be unaffected, although they don't really talk or anything, so it's hard to tell.
Mayor's just the universe experiencing itself. So.
He doesn't turn into a bunch of tentacles or anything, though.
No, why would that happen?
I don't know.
I did want to ask, by the way, as a point of clarification.
Yes.
So, do I remember what happened to me? I know I don't remember what I saw in the box,
Yeah.
but like, is my memory just like I opened the box, looked in, and then woke up on the ground in a bunch of pain, or do I have anything in between there?
There is stuff in between there, but it is staticky. You remember you experienced time for sure, but during that time, it's like you were dissociating. You had this kind of fuzzy, staticky feeling around the corners of your vision, and even of your thoughts. And when you came to, you realized like, oh shit, time has passed. My body was changing. You basically woke up and saw like the last bits of your body changing back to normal.
Okay.
But your memories end basically as soon as you realize. So hang on a second, because I forgot that you saw it for a second and then realized later. You would have looked in. You remember seeing one hand in an icebox, the hand that baby boy is now holding.
Right. Okay.
And then everything goes staticky, and then you wake up seeing the tail end of your body changing.
Okay. Terrific. Got it. Just wanted to clarify what I did or didn't remember. Understood.
Yep. Baby boy, you have a similar experience, except yours is a little different. You were laughing instead of changing. And Bill was clutching at his head, but he describes having a very similar experience as well. If everyone is ready to go, I do think that we should get a move on. I am not comfortable leaving this here for too long, especially if Finn and Darbin return before we do. I wouldn't want them to go snooping and cause trouble.
Yeah. So Jane, in a great deal of pain, goes over to her tent for an hour or so, takes a little rest, and does a little bit of patching of herself up. And then the other thing I do while I'm in there, if I can tack just 10 more minutes onto this, is get my spellbook out, the King's Ship, and I'm gonna swap one of my prepared spells out for a different spell. Nothing major, but just to take some notes and study one of my spells to get it ready.
Good call. Also, I forgot to drag these out. You have new tokens with permanently visible HP bars.
Hell yeah.
And an aura.
And your aura.
I'm also take this time to if Foster will give me his potion. I'll also go to my tent and I will use the potion.
Pritchard looks to Kaz and to Foster. He's like, are you two only going to heal yourselves in private too? Is this like a cultural thing? Is this should I be aware of this?
Oh, no cult. Oh, cultural.
I didn't. Okay, all right. That's fine. You do your thing. Are they just embarrassed about it? Is there?
They did. Okay, I'm gonna go. How do I use this? Do I just click on it?
Yeah, I think if you click on it, it'll tell you like what to heal, and there might even be like a clickable thing that rolls it for you. Let's find out together. Hey.
Ooh.
It does look like it didn't immediately consume it, though. Oh my god, it even adds a little note that says, oh, this is temporary, and you need to get rid of it.
Isn't it so nice?
What a good...
I haven't long rested since, but I wonder if it just goes away when I long rest.
That would be wild. Okay, I'm extremely curious. Rules.
Yeah, I'm waiting to long rest.
We'll find out. For now, leave it in there.
Boy, I
We'll
sure
try to
am
remember.
tired. You guys want to hit the
You said
hay?
it like, I'm sorry, I just deleted it.
Oh, it's fine. We'll figure it out sometime.
Oh, there was an apply healing button. Oh, I have
Yeah.
to type it in.
Sure is.
This is wild, guys.
I really like Foundry. Foundry has grown on me a lot.
If I
I
recall
love it.
properly from Cress, when you have like because he had like potions and stuff he made with infused reagents.
Right.
When you long rest, it keeps them in your inventory, but it just puts like expired in parentheses.
Amazing.
I think. Yeah,
Amazing.
it's really handy.
That's super handy. All right, you guys finish healing yourselves up and begin to head off. The journey is largely uneventful, mostly walking through this area of kind of cleared jungle. You can see ruins as you pass by, buildings of different sizes. Most of them are kind of small residential buildings, but there's a couple of large ones that look to be kind of like corner stores that had been set up. There's a little barracks that has been ruined to shambles and regrown over. And as you travel, Bill is going to... Oh, yeah, what's up?
I was just going to say that I would like to talk to Bill as we travel.
Okay, perfect.
Just finish saying what he was doing.
Bill was about to turn to you, so at the same time, you both turn to each other and start to speak, and he's like, oh, no, you first, please.
I just have a lot to talk to you about. I suppose it seems like maybe you do too.
Yeah, I have many questions, but you first.
All right. Where to start? And she truly pulls out like a book that she has written down questions in.
Right.
And she reads her questions and then kind of like realizes that it's not the most tactile thing in the world, and just goes, you were close with Rita. You said you were waiting for her to come.
Thank goodness, this was my first question as well. Yes, very, very close, actually. Well, I met Rita some 30 years ago, back when the guild was still in its prime. Perhaps not in its prime, but at least, around. They were useful at the time. They were on some mission in Quilgraboth, trying to curry favor with the Titarans or something like that, when they stumbled across me. I was, indisposed at the time. I had been in the middle of an archaeological dig in the mountains, and I accidentally triggered an old trap and got myself quite stuck. When they found me, Finn thought I was some sort of monstrosity, and I was about to give him the old cerebellum special when Rita recognized me as Illithid. She started mediating. She had this crude device and he kind of like points. You used a translation device when you talked to him, is that correct?
Yes, I did, yeah.
Much like your own, actually. Eventually, we sorted things out, came to an understanding. They got me unstuck. I helped them find whatever MacGuffin they were looking for at the time. It's been 30 years. I stuck around. Although I found most of her accomplices quite droll, she had an amusing thirst for knowledge, and a wealth of resources that I knew I'd have a difficult time accessing on my own, given my appearance. So we worked together for near on 30 decades until the guild started to crumble. How did you know her?
Stroke of luck, mostly. Sounds like not all that unlike yours, honestly. I was in Liberty looking for somebody to teach me about magic, and she took a shine to me, I guess, and took me on as her student, apprentice. Taught me everything I know about magic. She told me that Illithid... I don't know all that much. She was always a little bit hesitant to give me the details, but is it true that your kind is associated with domains, with dimensions, with time?
I see that she has filled you in quite a lot.
To be clear, truly, I don't know if this is good news to you or bad news, but she really told me almost nothing about you personally. I mean, I knew she had a friend named Bill. That was about the extent of it. But she had told me a little bit about dimensions and how it relates to chronomancy, and mentioned that Illithid were associated with that in some way.
You watch as he brings one of his skeletal hands up to his forehead and just kind of like pinches the temple of his skull. Okay, all right. I see that she has told you quite a bit. Rita's very bright. She's a very, very bright woman, don't get me wrong. but she is far, far too trusting and too kind for her own good, I believe. But she knows it. She's wise enough to understand that being kind is a liability, and she chooses it anyway. And so I guess I cannot fault her or be surprised that she has been speaking of me to others. I suppose it's really no different from me wandering alone into abandoned crypts. In the end, we all follow our own foolish passions, even to our detriment. Yes. The Illithid. Oh, where do I even begin? There are many species that don't have gods, or they at least tend to have a known origin, even if they are godless. The dragons were born of chance, time, skeletons, and awakened animals, emotions over to foster. Usually spring up as the result of raw magic or necromancy. Puppets and golems are born from wayward souls. Hell, if the rumors are true, then some life can even be traced back to old Immert factories and laboratories across the sea. But my people, the Illithid, nobody knows where we came from. We ask the gods, but they don't answer. And at first I thought it was because we had done something to earn their ire, but over time I became convinced that they simply don't know either. And this troubled me. It's a big part of why I started to branch out, why I started to do this research, to go to these archaeological digs. And so I started digging, quite literally. And the more I dug, the more I learned that the world is chock full of things that nobody knows, not even the gods. Secrets buried beneath secrets, buried beneath the earth, buried beneath our very noses. I don't know how much it is safe for me to tell you, at least not yet, but I do have reason to believe that we came about as a result of meddling with the dimensions. It's unclear which, and it's unclear when and who, but it's the only explanation that makes any sense to me. There are a number of signs that point back to an event a long time ago that opened a rift through which our species came, and that is the only story that lines up with anything that I've found in my research.
And just to make sure that I'm getting all of this correctly, when you say dimensions, you're not talking about places, planes of existence. You're talking about time and causality, and
Fate.
I never quite wrapped my head around it.
It's, yes, you have the right idea of it. It's clear to me that you are very bright, but no, your assumption is correct. These are not merely planets, nor are they planes. They are something bigger, something broader, something that intersects with every part of the world as we see it. This is the part where I must not tell you more until I know for sure what is in that Tesseract box, because, forgive me for being skeptical, but you show up with a Tesseract package asking about the dimensions. I must be certain that, to be frank, you're not one of them, or with them, or responsible for Rita's disappearance. You seem to know her quite well.
She, probably like physically stops for just a second, and says, Mr. Grimm, I know you have no reason to trust me, and I will demonstrate, however I can, that you can trust me. But just rest assured, I am no friend of Tesseract.
I'm very happy to hear that. It seems we may get along quite well if that ends up being true. I do admire the thought of having allies in this situation, especially if I have earned Tesseract's ire. I didn't think that they were capable of murder, but I suppose that I need to adjust my view of them. And if that is the case, having at least one person that I can trust would be useful.
Seems like they're capable of a whole hell of a lot worse than murder if they've, I don't know, abducted Rita and cut off her hand. You said that you had gotten some troubling news about Rita. If you don't mind my asking, what did you heard?
Give me a diplomacy check. When I can be certain that you are in no way connected to the things that we've learned about Rita, we should be able to determine at the Athenaeum, I will tell you more. But for the time being, I would rather keep my metaphorical lips sealed on this subject. I fear that I may have already said too much, but we'll see what we find when we get there. If that is quite all right.
Of course. I understand. Can I ask just one more question for now?
Certainly.
She pulls out her notebook and thumbs to the page where she wrote down her dream journal. What Rita, that dream she'd had about Rita.
Right.
It says you said you've been having these same dreams. I dreamed of Rita, but not just one of her. Of thousands, more than thousands of her, all disfigured or bloodied in different ways, but all missing her tongue. And she wrote a message in her blood for me, and it said Bill was right. What does that mean? Can you answer that?
What? Give me a perception check.
Is this to sense motive?
It is to sense motive.
Cool. I need to put my -1 on that.
Is this happening privately?
No, this conversation so far, unless Jane would like it to be private, Bill is comfortable saying everything that he said so far in public.
Yeah, no, I don't think Jane is specifically trying to have a very private conversation. She's certainly not shouting everything out loud or anything, but she's not trying to hide what they're talking about.
Could I second that? Then?
Absolutely, please.
Is it perception?
Yes, correct. Jane, as you're saying all of this, Bill has sort of an intrigued expression, a kind of oh, tell me more, sort of. It's clear that you've caught his attention.
Okay.
Baby boy, Bill is trying to act like he is surprised by what Jane just said. He is trying to pretend that he doesn't know about this dream, but it is clear to you that he, for a moment, has oh shit, I know that. And then he's oh no, right, tell me more, please tell me more. All visually, just kind of from his body language as he leans in to listen. And when Bill does
his bone language?
His bone language, exactly. And when Bill does finally turn to respond, that is troubling. If I was right, then we may be in some danger. Or at least I may be in the short term, and several people may be in the long term. If what you have said is true, and if I can verify that it is true, I'm going to divulge quite a lot of information for you, because I believe that you are now already in this whether you wish to be or not. But given the gravity of what you've just told me, I must not say more until I can be certain. I know that this is quite the runaround, I know that this is very obnoxious, but I have not lived this long by spilling secrets to the first person who comes asking. Especially knowing that they were just employed by the people in question.
She nods. I understand. I'm happy to prove myself however I need to. Divination, magic, or whatever it takes. I guess let's get this Athenaeum up and running. It's the first step.
Certainly. I had been loath to mention it up until this point because, frankly, it rubs people the wrong way. But if the Athenaeum is not functioning, I could also simply peer into your mind and see for myself. But I don't like to do that to strangers without warning. But if you are as willing to do anything as you've said, then perhaps we will do that, if it is the only option remaining.
If it's the only option remaining, yeah. I'm not against that.
Very well. Some time goes on, you continue to walk. But eventually, he is going to pull back to Cass. And he does kind of... So, I must thank you, again, for helping us back there. I believe I forgot to do that properly. It takes a certain amount of bravery to walk into a room where 3 people are experiencing all that.
I mean, I don't know. I just put a lid on a box.
Well, you may
I
very
already
well
hauled
have...
it all the way here, so...
Right, you said you were a courier of some sort. I suppose I owe an offering to check Rex. That will be a first.
Yeah, something like that.
I admit I don't really see a lot of couriers out here. They typically don't leave the walls of the city. This must have been important.
Oh, I'm not from the city. Not this one, at least.
Oh? Where are you from?
Oh, shit.
I swear he doesn't take this long to answer.
Yeah, Kaz, where are you from?
Where are
Just
you
tell
from,
us.
Kaz? Tell us about your home and your history and your past and your backstory.
What's your mother's name?
What?
What's your mother's maiden name?
I'm from Fulham.
From Fulma, you are a very long... You must be new to magic. If I do this, and he does like... Fuck, what little cantrip does he have? He does like a little daze. He's like, is this the greatest thing that you've ever seen?
I mean, it's impressive, but, I mean, I did just almost get strangled by a what appeared to be a reanimated corpse of myself, so... I'm sorry, I've been drinking a lot, and nothing is really surprising me at this point. It's probably not the best way to cope with it.
No.
It is, I will say, it is a lot to unpack. I came here, and in just a few days, I've seen my first 2 walking skeletons.
No, certainly. I
You get around a lot quicker than I imagined you would have been able to.
Oh, some of us are quite skittery. I've been impressed
Please
myself.
do not use that word to describe the movement of a skeleton.
Skittery? Very well. Nimble. Then nimble it will be.
That's-
This certainly explains a lot. If you don't know much about magic, then that would justify running in where 3 people were dying to it. Yes. Interesting. On the topic...
Well, my mother did always say that fortune favors the bold and unbalanced.
The bold and the unbalanced.
Clumsy.
I think your mother may have been wise. My kudos to her. Maybe I'll make the offering to her instead.
Just don't try to make any moves.
I wouldn't dream of it. I hardly have time for the
He's gonna bone your mom.
flesh. Shut the fuck up. On the topic of bones, and let's turn over to Foster. I did mean to mention, there are exercises you can perform to improve your memory.
I thought you were going to say to improve your bone.
I'm drinking all the milk I can.
Careful, he's just trying to fatten you up for GG.
Milk is a good start, I guess. But, you see, when I did this to myself, I took great precautions. I left a wealth of information myself in a journal to help ease the transition, to help remember who I was. I'm certain that the Desolate King did no such thing for you. Many in your shoes, as I'm sure you've already discovered, choose to simply accept that they're no longer the same person. They adopt new lives, real or false, and they live those lives instead. Many of them are quite happy. But I take it because you're here in the middle of this shithole jungle, halfway across the world from where you rose, that you're looking for something else. Is there anything in particular that drives you?
I guess I just want to know why. Why me? Why the Vespers? Why any of it?
Quite fair. Quite fair. The pursuit of information. I can understand that. This is going to sound a bit bizarre, but there are many scholars who theorize that memories are stored in the nose. That's a bit of a problem for you and I, given that... And he just kind of reaches up to where his nose would be if he had one, and there isn't one. But that, too, can be improved with practice and with exposure. Smell and taste are cousins, if not siblings. It may seem a bit mundane to go on a grand adventure where your quest is to stop and smell the roses, but I do encourage it. Potpourri, perfume, fine dining, spice. Start, instead of with milk, go for the stronger flavors, the stronger sensations. Indulge in them, even if you feel nothing from them at first, and you'll find with time that some of those old flavors start to leak through. And with them, perhaps some memories.
I see. I guess I'll have to start doing that. Thanks, Bill.
Of course. You could also seek out the help of a necromancer. There are some rituals that can be performed, even on the hastily risen, that may be able to restore some small semblance of your old faculties.
You don't happen to know a necromancer, do you?
Oh, I thought you'd never ask. I've done some study, but we would need to restore the academy for that, or at least the ritual chambers, and we would need to gather some difficult components. We can discuss it more when we return to camp, but I owe it to you for helping with this, if nothing else. I would also use any excuse to practice a bit. I have been a bit rusty.
Does he seem like he has any actual interest in helping me, or is this all just for him?
Give me a perception check. Jane, give me a history check. Or a society is what it's called. You can also maybe give me Arcana for like the necromancy angle, but it will be quite a lot harder. Foster, hard to get a read. It seems, I mean, it's very obvious to you that his primary motive is the pursuit of information. This seems more academic to him than anything else. It seems like, oh, cool, I get to practice these cool necromancy things that I've done. Less than like a personal concern because he really cares about you after one day of meeting you. But all the same, it doesn't seem to be like nefarious. It just seems to be like he's looking for an excuse to do some necromancy.
I'll take it. This last necromancer I met didn't go so well.
Legit. Jane, never heard of the Vespers. Even on a 12, you've heard of the Desolate King. It would be kind of like hearing about Genghis Khan or, frankly, Hitler. They were just a big warlord about 300 years ago. They did a bunch of really terrible, awful necromancy shit down in the desert. They were eventually put down by Cyrillin. You would know the basics. You would know that they are a historical bad warlord with a lot of necromancy.
Gotcha.
Time goes on. You guys are almost there.
As we're walking, once I'm done talking with Bill,
Sure.
I'm going to call Eildbode over to me and have her just kind of like scurry up my bones and sit on my shoulder.
Absolutely.
And I'm going to use share senses and just kind of walk and sniff and smell.
Wonderful. I love it. Yeah. You're in the jungle. There are a lot of berries that could potentially be eaten. Honestly, I should know more about the jungle. There's lots of strong smells in tropical environments. Yeah, I'm certain that there are at least a few, like, strong-smelling flowers that the others pass by and like, oh wow, we smell that. And you can step aside and try to smell them. Not much comes initially, but you kind of just get into the habit of stopping every now and then to smell things that look like they might have strong smells. Yeah, that is also a wonderful image. Also, if they stay in the ribcage, it's like you're a mecha, and she's the pilot.
It is like
Don't
that.
give away my secrets.
And then once you put your bones inside of my skin suit, well, the trifecta will be complete.
Double
It's
mecha.
turducken.
It's a turducken.
It's a
A
turducken.
not squirrel. Mart, elf, human. Mart, yeah. whatever.
Elstain?
Yeah, there we go. We got there.
I think that's just a person who's eaten a weasel at that point.
I'm glad you just said elf, because this whole time I've been an idiot and presuming that Foster is a human. Is he an elf skeleton? Do I recognize that?
Boy, that'd be a difficult medicine check.
The big pointy ear bones.
Let's keep on rolling.
No ear
Horrible
bones.
rolls.
14, way too hard to tell for sure unless you like get him to sit there and let him study his bones. With that said,
Nah.
kind of short for an elf. It seems like your gut probably says no just because he's a little short.
Oh, he's a gnome.
So no.
Boy, does anybody else like living forever and looking down on everybody else?
Rumors say that every time you look away from Foster, he shrinks just a little bit more.
True. Yeah, default, probably human. As you guys are kind of coming around the bend, and Bill says, all right, it should be just another 15 minutes or so.
Look out, we're getting attacked.
Once we get to that point where we're like starting to get close, I'm going to start, if everyone's amenable to moving at half pace, keeping detect magic up.
Wonderful. Yes, good call.
Yeah, Mir's going to keep an eye out as well.
Perfect. As
I
you
think he's
guys
better at seeing things than I am.
might be,
I could do some interspersed route reading too, just to make sure we don't get snuck up on.
good call. Okay, excellent. So Jane is kind of repeatedly casting detect magic. Foster's repeatedly casting root reading. Mare is on lookout. Yildwood, I assume, is also on lookout. Baby boy, what does Baby Boy do as you start to get close to this site? Is there anything in particular? Or are you kind of just along for the ride?
I guess I'm probably also like looking around.
Cool. Yeah, lookout is totally fine, totally normal. And how about Kaz? Anything special, or are you just on lookout?
I'm just on the.
Love it. As you guys start to approach, and everybody kind of slows their pace and is being a little more cautious. Bill does fall back next to you, Baby Boy. And with some reluctance, he kind of, all right, I'll admit it. You've got me curious. You're telepathic, psionic, you're fluent in Illith, but you resemble no eldritch person that I met in Quilgraboth, nor do you resemble the Echo Fae. You speak with a Basali dialect, you walk around with some sort of empathic energy orb that looks like the stars, and perhaps most troubling of all, and he lowers his box a bit, but not so much that the others can't hear it, he's just timid to talk about it. When we opened the box, you laughed. What are you? And what do you know?
I'm Baby Boy. Oh, I ken many things.
Yes? Like?
For your time, you're not very good at next stairs, kind of whispering. And I want to see if he reacts to that.
Sorry, run that one by me one more time.
For your attire, you're not very good at whispering.
Who? You know quite a lot. I'm admittedly not very good at whispering, you are correct. I've never really thought it was my style. But I do think that the clothes are my style. I think it's quite fashionable. And I think that it is good for catching the attention of people that I might be interested in.
Oh, you're a tricky one.
Suffice to say that I think whispering is a tad foolish. I think that there are brighter and better ways to handle the things that we don't want others to know.
Oh, that's only good.
Are you a fan of whispering?
Oh, no. I'm not a whisperer.
I see. But you know them.
Oh, some.
You do know quite a lot.
I read.
You haven't answered my
Kinda.
question, or I suppose not in a way that is useful. Who are you? What are you?
Oh, he's Baby Boy.
Oh, Kaz gets it? I'm Baby Boy?
I've been trying to get to the bottom of that for some time. I think that's the brick wall you're going to keep running into, Mr. Grimm.
He's really good at card games.
Well, I suppose it's only fair. I've withheld a lot of information from the lot of you. Perhaps when I divulge some of mine, you will appease me, or tell me a little of yours. I admit I'm intrigued. But I get it. If it is secret, it is secret. Speaking of which, here we are. And as you kind of come around, you find the ruins of an old building. You can see that there is a little bit of a river that kind of comes down over a cliff, just a very small, short waterfall, and then flows along a nicely kind of graveled out path through a portcullis under a small building that is in the shape of a pyramid with glass sides that let a lot of skylight in. And you can see that most of the glass panes have been shattered, overgrown plants starting to just drape themselves down into the building as they climb up its sides. And the first thing that you probably notice about this building is that it is covered with paint etchings, crude drawings, words, essentially graffiti. It's clear that this place has not only been desiccated with time and worn down over the past several decades, but it has been looted and vandalized as well. And when Bill spots this, he kind of, worse than I thought. Well, let's get to it.
Before anything else happens, can I do a motive check? I'm not sure what it's called in this one.
Sense motive. It's a perception check.
So whenever he said he wasn't a whisperer, was he lying, or I guess was he being forthcoming with that he's just dressing kind of like to do what he did, which was to bait someone into...
Certainly, yeah. Give me a perception check.
Could Mayor also do one? I know he can't understand what he's saying, but...
It would be very hard without them being able to understand what he's saying. He's clearly being coy, but it's clear that he wants to keep this secret, but for a reason that is, it occurs to you that he might be holding onto it as a bargaining chip. But it doesn't seem like he is outright lying, so much as he's just being coy. The explanation that he's given to you seems satisfactory, but it's clear to you that maybe he's holding on to a little more.
Understood.
As you approach, you can see tons of graffiti, as well as a chest that has been set out near the front stoop, which Bill Grimm starts to walk up to. Who would do all of this hooligan? They risk their lives coming up into this jungle just to deface our property. Seems unwise.
Any magic on the chest as I get within range of detect?
With detect, or actually, and also root reading. Let's process both of those. Root reading. Let's see, you just posted. Unnoticed, medium or largest creature. You learn of their presence, and they're undetected to you. You can immediately attempt to seek. You get a +1 status bonus. Incredible. Okay. Foster. Nothing rings up from your root reading along the path, but once you get close to the building, you start to see weird little tracks, almost like slithering tracks. Too wide to be a snake, too big to be a snail, but something that drags itself along the ground, like an ooze or a blob or a slime or something like that. And they don't seem to be very active. They seem to only move occasionally. But you do see that they... you know what? Give me actually a survival check. With a +1 from your root reading.
Can do.
As Bill approaches the chest, I'll be like, "Hold on, big guy. You sure you don't want me to look in that first?"
Oh, certainly, if you'd like. Foster with a 20. Let me go check this thing.
I will wait for Jane to say if she
For sure.
magic on this or not, though.
Foster, with a 20, what you do, or what you notice as you take a closer look, is that something slithered out through this grate. It slithered over next to this box, where it waited for a long time, and then you watch as something kind of like hobbles, and you only see the corners of a thing hobbling back and forth until it gets over to this other side, And it takes a second for you to recognize, like, those are weird tracks. Did something, like, come by and snatch it up? Did it get carried off by a bird? And then it dawns on you that the weird tracks that start around here and hobble over to here are box-like. It's like a box hobbled side to side a few times.
Mimic.
And then it hobbles back and slithers back into the grate. That is what you pick up as you read and kind of magically detect the patterns of something that has come out here. Jane, with your Detect Magic, once you get within range of the box, you can sense that there is some divination going on inside of the box. Actually, I don't think you are supposed to get class, but I've already said it, and I can't unsay it. So you do a really good job with your Detect Magic. I'll learn eventually.
Good
I
job,
will say,
Go
I did also just pick up this feat that I am looking up so slowly to see it. It only takes me a minute now to identify magic on an item. So,
Wonderful.
as Kaz walks up and I'm sort of walking up behind, I don't know how the identify magic action normally works, but say it's got magic on it. Let me check it out real quick before you mess with it.
Once you discover that an item thing is magical, blah blah blah, spend 10 minutes, which you reduce to 1, to identify the particulars. Blah blah, set the D, blah, 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 might be higher if it's cursed. Heightening doesn't increase the DC. Cool. Okay, so I will immediately give you, as you step up and begin to try to identify this magic, you immediately recognize that whatever's magical is inside of this chest. I will allow you to try to identify it safely without opening the chest at a much harder DC, or you can open it, that way you can identify it without any sort of penalty. It's your call.
If I attempt to identify it without opening it and fail, can I re-attempt
Yes.
once I... Okay, then I'll go ahead and take a shot at the high DC, because why not?
Alright, excellent. Let me go see what a very hard DC is for this level of object.
And this is Arcana, I presume.
Yes. Looking for a 20. You got it. Alright.
Hey!
You can begin to study and read some of the aura that is emanating off from the object inside of this chest. And it is at this point that you learn it is some sort of a divination effect. And as you study it more closely, it becomes clear to you that it is some sort of a sending device. It's a communication device. It's something that has been designed to telepathically send messages over a long distance. On a 24, it has been tampered with.
Okay. Do I get any sense as to like how or in what way?
Let me
when?
Let me go re-identify it. Let's see. Regular success. For an item, you get a sense of what it does, learn any means of activating it. If it's ongoing, you learn its name and what it does. Alright, yeah. You would learn that it has been modified so that once it activates, it cannot be deactivated without, like, turning the object off, dispelling it, or destroying it. In other words, somebody has taken a device that was meant for long-range communication and turned it into a trap. And specifically, the trap seems to be that it is going to broadcast a message over and over and over to the people that are nearby. It's a jammer. It is something that is going to send a repeated message into the minds of people that are nearby once it's activated.
Okay, and do I get the sense of the trigger? Is it going to, like, if we open this box?
You don't get any by reading the arcane results, which makes you think it's probably a mechanical trigger of some sort.
Okay. It's strange. It's like a magical broadcast, essentially. It sends out a message, but someone's tampered with it, seemingly trapped it. So
Bill kind of looks up at all the graffiti, and you see that many of them are just insignias of other guilds, presumably. It looks like the names of different guilds throughout Eden. Somebody must have come through and tampered with the talkie devices. Childish.
They tagged your place, too.
Yeah, they sure did. Ugh, gross. Disrespectful, even. Well, if it's trapped, then perhaps we shouldn't mess with it.
Whoever tampered with it's been coming in and out of the grate here.
Oh. Well, and as he looks down here, the portcullis has pretty narrow bars. They're maybe 2 inches wide. The old boat could probably squeeze through them pretty easily. Mare could roll through potentially if they're able to roll today.
I mean, I could roll them, and then they would just be over there.
Fair. And also the water is flowing down that way. Yeah,
I wouldn't be able to understand. So after I pulled Rita's hand out of the box, where's her hand now?
That is up to you guys. You would know, baby boy, that when you looked at it, Mayor was like, you should be able to look at this. I don't think this part is dangerous. So it's up to you if you wanted to keep it wrapped, if you held it, if you handed it to anybody else. It's sort of your call.
I probably would have looked at it out of curiosity at least.
Understood. Then you see the hand.
I can hold on to it if you want.
Oh, I have no reason for it.
Jane will take it. And for now, just like put it into her into her bag with her other things.
Perfect.
I've been trying so hard not to make like any hand puns because it's just really disrespectful. So like,
Respect.
I'm happy to send Eeltwood in. I can watch through her eyes for a while, a minute, but
Certainly couldn't hurt. That's what familiars are for, right? No disrespect. I don't know what your relationship with your familiar is like.
she wouldn't mind.
Yeah, and she kind of like straightens up and gives a salute. She's she's very gallant. She's willing to go in there.
Do you want her to carry Mare, or just send her in?
oh man, do you want to go? Oh, sorry. Mayor is excited.
Yeah.
He'll go. So I'll like pick him off and I'll hand him to Elwood. Eldwold? Did I say it right?
Eeltwood.
Eeltwood. Ah,
Sorry for picking
my
this up.
curse. Yeah. And then I guess he'll. Actually, I'm gonna pull out like a tiny piece of jewelry that like I'll put Mare into. So it's like a little keychain, and then I'll like
Okay,
hand it to Eldwold so that she can probably like put it on her neck if need be.
I do actually want to establish this because I don't know the answer to this. How big is Eelboat? I had imagined like the size of a grapefruit, but you can decide that.
Eelwood or
Or sorry, Mayor.
he's small. I think his like size is. I forget what his size
I
is.
think
It's
mechanically
really
it's
small.
tiny, but really you can choose anything up to about the size
Yeah.
of a house cat, or as small
I-
as like a
I
golf
assumed
ball
he
or
was
something.
like the size of like a pool ball, a cue ball.
Okay, love it. I just wanted to make sure we establish it. Cool. Then yeah, perfect. Absolutely. Eldwood can definitely carry that.
She'll just take the jewelry and I'll use share senses and send her on in.
Alright, let me drag them on in. The first thing Eldwood notices is the water moves kind of fast. And once they're inside, they see kind of a nice little courtyard atrium thing. There's more graffiti up on the walls, including a message that says, "This message brought to you by," and then a very large insignia of the Moresco Witchers. Their logo or their brand or whatever it is. The next thing they notice is that the river continues through into another portcullis where it starts to go faster and faster, and Mare can hear, Eldwood can hear from inside there the sound of a waterfall. It seems that this flows out through the backside of the building, and presumably over the edge of this cliff that you guys can see over here. They can see that the place has been tossed. It's a wreck. There is just paper everywhere. There are shelves that have been destroyed and smashed, a table that's been broken. There are a couple of doors that lead deeper in. They're kind of up on a balcony. Eldwood could pretty easily climb up onto this if she wanted to. There's a tree in the middle. What else would she notice? I guess give me a perception check.
Can Mare also give one while he's in there?
Yes, absolutely.
From within a mile, I still get like emotional empathy for him, but
Okay.
I can't understand. We can't.
Why is
talk.
my familiar rolling better than I am?
There is a lot of junk all over the place. I'm getting... Okay, hang on, let me... I'm going to tip my hand here a little bit. One of you said out... It was Baby Boy out loud. You said mimics, right? I'm not crazy?
I did say mimic
Okay.
because the box was
With
being
a,
alive.
with a little bit of a bonus from knowing exactly what to look for, there are two conspicuous chests right there on that lead that are both kind of just like out of place. Neither of them is near a bunch of other stuff. It's just an empty spot in the middle of the floor where two pristine looking treasure chests are sitting. That strikes you as a little bit unusual as you look through her eyes.
Can you bring Mary in there? I can't see him.
Oh, yes. Where's
Right
Mary?
here.
There he is. Kitty.
Sorry, she's like she's been wild
Oh,
the
yeah.
past 2 weeks.
There you go. Also, 17 is more than enough to spot that there are fine silvery metal strings, like fishing line, connecting the handle of the door to about 5 or 6 different devices that are set up throughout this area. They're not currently flashing, but I have set a light on them so that you can spot them more easily because there's so much junk in here.
Okay. I only have a minute of her senses, so I'll try to convey as much of that as I can and have her, I guess, try to get up onto the balcony without tripping anything and without alerting the suspicious chests.
Certain. Without tripping thing is easy, no check required. Give me a stealth check if you're trying to, like, not be spotted by these chests.
Does Mare also need to make one?
I'm going to say that because Mare's being carried, he is fine for now.
Okay.
You're able to kind of, or Ilbode is able to climb up onto the ledge, and nothing changes, nothing bursts out, nothing jumps out.
Boy, well, she's 3 pounds, so I don't think she can open any of these doors. I think I'll just have her stay on the inside and my senses probably run out.
Yep, after about 20 or 30 more seconds, you feel the connection drop.
It seems like that door is probably trapped, and there's some weird chests in there that look like they don't belong, and seems like a mess.
While he's doing that, can I open up my book and flip to mimics?
Absolutely. Give me... Boy, what... is this nature? This would be... Their aberration. So this would be occultism, I think, is what they want for it.
Do I get anything from the book? Like, or
yes,
is this to search the book?
The book, I believe, if you spend 10 minutes studying it, gives you a +2.
Oh, it takes 10 minutes.
Let me double check.
Is that the new Prospero encyclopedia?
Yeah, you would recognize.
Oh, I bought it from. He would know the name. El Dedcauno.
Tell him where it's
Tell him where it's so.
Yeah.
Oh, I'd heard that there was one coming. It's amazing.
You can borrow it if you want.
No check required. Jane, you heard Prospero died.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Oh, okay.
Oh, he came back to undeath?
If
Wait,
you want
so-
to do a society check to learn more, you can, but just with no
I'd
check
love to.
required, you know that Prospero was reported dead.
Can I make a preliminary check for mimics while I'm like looking
Yeah,
through
yeah.
the book?
Yeah, absolutely. Jane, you heard that he died. He was an adventurer and a traveler. He was an idiot that went into dangerous places alone to do research. The world loved him. He did a great service for the world, but it was only a matter of time before he accidentally got himself killed. And that happened, I think it was like a year or 2 ago, but I would need to double check the exact number on that. But he recently-ish died, yeah.
Oh, so I didn't know there was a new book. Is that
Oh, brand new.
a brand new Prospero von Moresco Witterson's book? I thought he was dead.
Oh, he did. We went to De La Muerte, and he came back from the undead, and they've been publishing his book.
You met him?
Oh no, he was not in town. I think he was in Amador or something.
Oh,
You met the wee cricket.
I don't think I've met the Wee Cricket.
No, he is currently with Narafi over at the Alcazar.
I had no idea. I thought he died years ago. I'd love to read it sometime when you're done with it.
Oh, it's a good one. I already finished reading it.
In this case, the book doesn't really contain anything that you don't already know. So what you know about mimics is that they are weird little kind of amorphous blob-like creatures that can very convincingly sculpt their body and especially their skin to look like mundane objects. They typically lie in wait. They're ambush predators. Some of them develop a sticky substance that causes things that touch them on accident to become stuck to them. Others have more of a, especially the younger ones tend to have just kind of like a poisonous effect on them until they develop the ability to become sticky.
Oh, one more. Jane,
Yeah.
is Rita like your lover?
Jane laughs. No, just my teacher.
Oh,
She's a little old for my tastes.
but you're married.
Jane looks down at her wedding band on her left hand. Says, yeah, I am.
Baby boy holds out his left hand. Oh, I know it can be tied down.
I'd say that surprises me, but I have trouble imagining anybody keeping up with you.
Oh, some try.
Right. Well, daylight is burning. Kaz, I don't know if you have any way to deal with a trap. I know you were brave enough to open the chest.
Yeah, I couldn't get a handle on what's going to trigger it, so it must be something physical, either pop in the chest or something inside of it, maybe. Is, pardon me missing a description, is the door, locked?
It's probably a mimic.
The old one reported that the door had silvery strings connected to the handle from the inside.
Oh, okay.
Does Mayor sound like he's having fun? Do I get like fun vibes from him?
The vibe you're getting is curiosity partitioned with impatience. Like, I want to start doing stuff.
Kaz is gonna start looking around to see if there are any windows.
Yes, so if you climb up about 8 or 9 feet up this slanted pyramid side, absolutely, you could just drop down through there.
This is a pyramid-shaped
It
building.
is a pyramid-shaped building. I know it's not conveyed super well here, but this is a pyramid, and about 8 feet up, it goes from being stone-faced to glass panels that are mostly shattered and fallen in.
Do I see graffiti over here that says, "Look behind you"?
You do, yeah.
I'm going to keep a distance from it, 10 feet or so, but I'll, stand where I am directly in front of it and then look behind me.
All right, you turn around and look behind you, and you just see jungle. Give me a perception check. When you turn around, you just see jungle. There's not really anything to see. Until carved into the side of the tree closest to you, you see that somebody has etched a tick.
Nice.
Got him.
Got him.
All right, Kaz sees a window. It is like 8 or 9 feet up.
It is. You could do it, but it might be a little bit of an athletics check.
Hey, somebody give me a boost.
Oh, I'm tall.
Can you skitter your way up there?
Wait, so skeletons can't skitter, but the Albatross can?
I'm more of a sculptor.
I mean, it just
I meant
seems
more like I can
natural
give you a
when they-
boost.
That works too.
Or you can give me a boost. No, I'm pretty big.
I could try.
I'm louder than both of you if somebody just wants to give me a boost.
I suppose that makes sense.
The men are talking, Jane.
Jesus Christ.
I'm going to Terminator run straight up this wall by myself. Fuck
Sick.
you guys.
Give me an athletics check.
I'm just kidding.
Okay. Show these
yeah.
assholes who's boss.
I'll try giving
will,
Jane a
though.
boost, but
All right.
before I do, I will pass her a grappling hook
Ooh, nice.
Oh, thanks.
and some rope.
As I take this grappling hook and get ready to take the boost up the wall, I'm also going to hold in my left hand my top, And it starts to spin super duper fast in my hands, faster and faster. I'll cast Warp Step on myself, give myself a little boost to my speed, and I just move really fast through time for, a second.
Hell yeah, I dig. That will definitely give you a bonus. Give me an athletics check that is now much easier.
5 foot.
And I help.
Yes.
And I helped.
And actually, since you're helping, Kaz, also give me a very easy athletics check. Wonderful. That is good. That bumps it to a 16, and then DC is reduced because of Warp Step. Excellent. You are able to run up, keep your footing long enough to kind of wrap an arm around one of the bars that was between the panes that have fallen out, and you're now effectively like here-ish, looking down into here from about 9 feet up.
Okay.
And to you, it is now very obvious that there are silver strands connecting all of these devices to the door handle. If you open the door, it would have triggered them.
Sweet, fantastic. Jane, moving really fast through time, gets a running start, sort of leaps off of Kaz's outstretched hands, and with remarkable strength, runs up the side of this thing, stops at the top, and then she'll take a knee there and unravel the grappling hook and sort of hook it to something and toss it down so everyone else can sort of climb a rope behind her if they want to.
Perfect.
I like how you said remarkable strength of 0.
Hey, it's trained though.
I know she's moving fast, and I gave her a boost like serving a volleyball. But can I make a perception check to see if she was heavier than a girl her size should be, like if she was made of metal or something?
Sure, you certainly can. Make it secret.
Can I make a deception check to try to play myself off as lighter?
You cannot make a deception check to alter the mass of your body, but it will be against your deception DC, as is customary, with the bonus that is appropriate for your bonuses.
Understood.
Okay, so it's blind GM roll, right?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I think
fascist DM over here will let me alter the mass of my body with a deception check. Railroaded.
I think last time
Truly.
you asked me for a secret roll, and I rolled a private GM roll.
Yeah, I think
I
private
should-
makes it so that both of us can see it.
Yeah. I was like, I probably shouldn't have known that one was what it was.
It's fine. I probably would have revealed it at the end of the session anyway, just because it was a nat 20.
Yeah, it was a nat 20. Who knows?
Which is the same reason that I'm going to reveal this one. She just feels like Jane. She feels like a normal human woman.
Okay, I want to go next. I can't be outdone by Jane. She's using my spell.
Alright. At this point, the athletic checks are barely necessary because of the rope, but I will ask for it.
I'm going to also.
Okay,
I'm
gonna boost baby boy up too. I also want to give a check for that.
I'm probably way heavier than I look. I'm also going to use the same exact spell, except mine's flavored as secondary gravity.
Ooh.
I lift myself up onto my tentacles and just start skittering really, really fast at you. I get 10 plus to my speed.
Hell yeah.
So I'm moving it and I just start just dashing towards you, Philo, or Kaz, and then push off of you. And you can kind of tell when I push off of you that I have a lot of momentum going for having not really ran that far.
Kaz,
But it does seem like I'm being kind of pulled towards the window.
yeah, there's definitely a little bit of magic involved as Baby Boy makes his way up there. Kaz, you don't get a super good read. You can tell that he seems very heavy, which is appropriate given his size and his bulk. He's thick. All of his limbs are thick. They're very thick and kind of gangly in an awkward way. It's almost like, what if a basketball player had the build of a football player?
Oh, Lord.
Yeah, it's just a real big humanoid build.
He's just a big baby boy.
Yeah, big old baby boy.
I'm the dad from Brave. Maybe not that big.
Probably not quite that, but pretty close.
Do I need to make a check? Can I still on acrobatics just for fun?
Not just for fun. No, actually, I can't think
What
of
if I
any
did a
reason.
flip?
Well, then you could give me a separate acrobatics check to do your flip, and then you would do your athletics check to climb.
Okay.
Can I give you an acrobatics check to climb?
You can give me an acrobatics check to do acrobatics. For climbing, it will be athletics.
I'm not very good.
Cass is gonna see if he can. Do
I'm
it
not good
without
at all.
getting the
I
wrap.
definitely do not stick this landing. I just smack right into
Yeah,
the wall.
it is not graceful. You have a rope. A high schooler can climb a rope, let alone up an incline. You make it, baby boy, it is not graceful. It's not your greatest look. Even with the help of magic, it's a little bit of a struggle. Kaz,
Hey,
you
if,
make it look easy.
If you men down there need help, I did throw a rope down.
Yes, no, it was my rope. You're very welcome.
It won't let me go into the room.
Oh, yeah, I have to drag you. Sorry. Here you go.
Time to see if you get outdone by a woman and a skeleton.
Yep, let's find out.
Kaz will kind of sit up by the window and lower the grappling hook back down to be like, all right, you boys going to skip.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense.
Foster weighs what, like 50 pounds? We can just pull him up. He has no flesh.
In fact, you have the jumping on a dry bone sound queued up.
Oh,
for this,
I don't, but I wish that I did.
So I'm made of bones.
I'll tell you what, I am a little too, frail to be climbing around. I'm an old man. Take my hand for a moment, and Bill will extend a hand
Sure, I'll grab it.
to Foster.
Oh, yeah, I'll take it.
Alright, brace yourself. I would tell you not to throw up, but I don't think that'll be a problem for you. Whoop!
Can I make an insight check? Is he actually frail, or is he just too dignified to debase himself to climbing a rope?
No check required, he's too dignified.
Sweet.
He would rather burn a 4th level spell slot than climb a rope in front of one other person.
You could have done that the whole time. You wouldn't even get out my rope for nothing.
Well, I can't do it all the time. It's a limited resource. I only use it when it's very important.
My rope is a limited resource too. You think this stuff just grows on trees?
Oh, please. You think you can't get that rope back down?
This rope was very expensive.
While the men
Alright,
are
fine,
while the
thought
men
you
are
could make
peacocking,
the right
Jane's
rope.
going to pull the rope up and toss it down, so they can climb down the other side.
Perfect. Bill does kind of take a look around. Oh, this place has gone to hell, hasn't it? Oh, I should have known it would have been those assholes. And he looks to the big mural of the Moresco Witchers. They always had it out for us. Well, fuck them. I'm sure that they've done no better in these trying times.
What does get clipped mean?
Oh, I don't actually know. Does that mean anything to you? It sounds like young people speak.
I don't know what the kids are saying these days.
We'll have to ask one of the young ones when we get back.
Back in my day.
I'll
Now
walk
that
over
you're all
to Eldon
listening.
and be like, hey, don't bite that. It's the universe. And I'll pick up Mare and
Alright, as you guys set down, you can see that there are silvery threads that you're careful not to cross or trip that connect all of these devices to the door. The devices are not currently flashing, but I have them set that way so they're easy to see. You can see the 2 very conspicuous chests just sitting over there in the middle of this walkway. There's a door that leads to a room on this side, as well as another door that leads to a room on this side, and 2 doors that presumably lead out to some sort of an awning or a patio at the back of the building over here. You're also surrounded by papers and letters and scrolls and messages of what appears to be, and Bill will actually just chime in, so this is where we used to gather mail and messages, and then we would slowly over time use magic to send them off. We had all sorts of tricks, ranging from the mundane to pigeons, gusts of wind. Really, it was quite impressive. I oversaw many of these programs myself. These vandals have no idea how much work they've undone. Nonetheless, none of this helps us with divination. For that, we will want the dowsing pools, and he points over this way. Shall we just blast these chests from a distance?
I'll go ahead and come down from the roof and get to detect magic range for those chests and check on those.
So
Wonderful.
anyways, I started blasting.
The chests do not ring up as magical. All of these devices do ring up as magical. I believe that is the only thing that would ring up as magical in here is these devices that are clearly booby-trapped.
Okay. What were these supposed to be before they were trapped? What did they do?
So the original intent was to send messages on a repeated schedule. For instance, if we had announcements that needed to be made, reminders, they could go very long distances. We could use them to communicate with some of our other outposts throughout the wildland. Over time, to raise more money as the guild came upon hard times, we started using them to advertise. We would send advertisements at a regular interval. in exchange for payments from the advertisers. It was not dignified, and I'm not proud of it, but times were hard.
These, she looks up the Moresco Witcher's insignia. You said you aren't surprised that they were behind this? You had some sort of enmity with them?
Sort of, yes. They have always had beef with us because, frankly, I think they were quite jealous. We had a lot of very expensive contracts, and they didn't. Simply, they were a younger guild. They were bright. They had good futures in front of them, but hard times make, weak people? I think that's how it goes. Anyway, they got a stick up their ass about a lot of things and started to view us more as enemies than rivals. And, well, I see that when we disappeared, they took that aggression out. They were kids when I knew them. I'm sure they can't be that much older now, but... Either way, if I see them again, I'll give them a good talking to.
So these chatterboxes seem to be, like, trapped the same way the one outside was going to?
Yes, if you were to open the door, or if you were to, like, trip the tripwire, it seems that would set them off.
And they would have started just, like, broadcasting a message, essentially?
Presumably, yeah.
Okay, interesting. What I'm wondering is what message they were going to broadcast if we set off this trap. Was it going to be just an alarm bell so that somebody lying in wait could jump in for an ambush?
I mean, if you want to set it off, be my guest, but I'm going to go stand over here.
No, by no means. I'm curious what the end game was with whatever this trap was.
Are there like tripwires like going between the walls and stuff? Or is it just from like objects?
It is from the... Here, I'll just draw them out real quick.
Because if there are, I'm 100% doing the Mission Impossible thing.
If I can get down, I can get a read of the next room through the roots, but...
There we go. Those 4 white lines that kind of connect all back to the door handle. The idea is that if you open the door, it sets off all 4 of them.
Oh, so it's not like this entire place is like booby-trapped.
Give me a perception check to see if you spot anything else now that you're inside.
So, can I have Mare do it, and can I give him the help action? Or vice versa?
I think that is...
I don't know how... It's just like one of us would make the check, and then that would possibly make it easier?
Yeah, I'll allow it for now. I need to look and see if you can help somebody with a perception check, but for the time being, absolutely. One of you does it, the DC is 20 to help the other.
Oh, well, that's not going to work. I'm not very good at it, neither is he. It'll hurt if we fail, right?
True. So if it's better for you to just do 2 separate rolls, that is totally fine.
Yeah, that's what we'll do.
Cool. I'll do a little digging on that. I don't know how that works. Oh, nice. You don't see anything new in here. Mare doesn't see any additional signs of traps. However, you get an emotional sense of alarm as Mare starts looking around. And although Mare can't point, you can tell that Mare saw something kind of over in this region that alarmed them. They cannot talk today, is that correct?
They're touching me, so they can talk with me.
Okay.
As long as they're touching me, we have telepathy.
Baby boy, that scroll moved. Mare points to a scroll that was sitting on the table over here.
Over where?
Over here, behind this light. Yeah, exactly.
Oh, I was way zoomed in the wrong area. Gotcha.
You said the chests are not magical in here?
Correct.
Do I know... I don't think Jane knows, but does Baby Boy know if a, mimic would ring up as magical?
No. If something was, a conjured creature, it would ring up as magical, but otherwise most creatures, even if they have, a magical origin, do not give a magical aura. For example, now that this is kind of out meta, there was magic involved in your creation, but you don't constantly ring up as magical.
Makes sense.
So, Baby Boy's, kind of crouched down. He starts, sniffing the ground. Kind of starts walking this way, and then he pauses.
Excuse me, Baby Boy.
And looks up slowly at this scroll.
He's trying to remember something.
And his tentacles are flailing, and I'm going to try to scare it. I'm going to try to demoralize it.
All right, wonderful. Go ahead and give me a demoralize check.
It needs a.
You do intimidation against its will DC. The DC you're looking for is 16.
I failed.
All right, so here's what happens. First of all, we're going to jump into initiative. You just try to presumably roar and flay.
Nope,
your
I
tentacles.
don't. I just like look up eerily. I don't have. I don't have to speak.
Okay, you're just doing a scary look at this scroll. And the scroll at first does nothing, but then you watch as one beady little black eye peeks open, looks at you, and then one more, and then two more, and then 7 and 8. They just pop, all these eyes kind of pop open on the side of the scroll. These long crab-like legs burst out from the side, and it begins to charge towards you. And as that happens, the room springs to life with other things that all kind of pop out. All of these mimics at once coming to life and charge. Let's do some initiative.
Sorry, I thought I was going to spook it, guys.
Somebody had to try to spook it.
Exactly. Somebody's got it.
Waiting for Kaz to roll before I decide if I'm going to destabilize my shit or not.
Prey is such a good game. I need to replay it.
Alright, I am going to... Hold on, what do I add to an initiative roll normally? Perception, and then I have a +2 bonus, which puts me at... Second, sorry. +7. Okay. I will use my Chrono Skimmer thing to stabilize my time stream and just set my initiative roll to a nat 10 so that I act 17.
Excellent. There must be an add-on to let me roll everything's initiative all at once. I should look into that.
Oh, look at these special tokens. They're so cute.
There's a little guy.
This is classic level 2, guys. We got we got mimics. We got graffiti.
We got black holes being worn as jewelry.
We got skeletons breaking into pieces trying to climb up ropes.
Alright. As everything springs to life, Bill looks over to the 2 chests. I'll handle these, you deal with those. And he's going to come over here. Careful to avoid the tripwire. No. He reaches a hand out towards them, lifts his staff, and there are just tendrils of energy that burst out towards these 2.
Grim.
True, Grim. Didn't even realize.
Grim tendrils.
He does a bunch of damage to these guys. I'm basically just doing one round with him so that you get a sense for how this guy acts in combat, but then he's going to handle this while you guys do your own fight. Alright. Likewise, the chest will each take a turn on him, and then
Does
they
he
will
use
do their
verbal
own side
components?
thing. What a good question.
I was about to ask, like, similarly, can I tell, like, what variety of magic? I know he told me he does occultism, but...
Yeah. So as he casts, let's see, somatic and verbal, absolutely. He does a bunch of hand gestures and some verbal components, which come out as sort of a low, droning whisper. It is clearly not Piran or Ramasek. It is not the language of dragons. It is something darker. It would actually probably be Illith for him, which is a pretty good telltale sign that he's doing occult casting of some sort and not arcane casting.
Cool.
So one of the reasons I asked, and I don't know if you know this, but like psychics don't have verbal components.
Noted. Then to answer that, he does use his verbal component. He does not appear to be a psionic in battle.
Gotcha.
William, good luck. All right. As that fight is happening over on the side, Foster, you're the first to act over here.
Excellent. I can't. Okay, never mind. Answer my own question. I am going to figure out how many actions this costs. Okay, I'm going to raise my hand in the air and start casting some magic. And I'm going to cast Swamp Call on these three mimics right here.
Swamp Call, okay.
So I kind of raise my hand in the air, and some of the like dirt and water from down here almost like floats up and creates a little murky, miry little area for them.
Excellent. 10-foot burst becomes difficult terrain. Let's see. They each need to make a reflex saving throw. Let me drop a reflex, or a 10-foot thing. Can I name this? Does it let me name it? Oh, it totally does.
Foundry rules.
Oh, wait, maybe. Hang on. Border color fill texture? Weird. I don't actually see a label for a label. Anyway, I'll
Fuck
make it.
Foundry.
Foundry sucks.
All my homies hate Foundry.
Alright. Anyway, difficult terrain over there. Reflex saves from all three of them. That's a failure. One success and a critical success. So let's see. So the one that fails sinks partially and takes a 10-foot circumstance penalty to its speeds, and it becomes off guard. Okay. And that lasts until the end of its next turn, or if it leaves the area. Cool. This quill mimic, the big feather kind of serves as its tail, gets partially buried under the mud, and this thing is just like, you know, when you drop a bug into a pool and it just flounders and it doesn't know what to do. It is basically stuck in there, unable to do anything. Alrighty. Anything else, Foster? I think it was 2 actions, yeah?
That was 2 actions, and don't think I have any 1 action. Let's see here. I guess I'll just stride and kind of like back up a little bit.
Okay, excellent. That brings us to the book mimic. This guy is stuck in the mud. He did critically succeed to get out of this, though. So difficult terrain, he has to spend twice as much to clamber over towards Kaz and Ildwode. And it is going to lunge out towards Kaz. It leaps up and it tries to bite down on your thigh. 27 is a critical hit. So 10 points of piercing damage as the fangs sink in, and then you feel the venom begin to sink in. I need a fortitude saving throw from Kaz.
The book poison.
Classic book poison. You're fine. You are able to stave off the poison, although the bite certainly hurt. This thing is like clamped on like a tiny dog just chewing at your thigh. How does this work?
Do I just click double on that 5 then?
Yeah, double on 5 will work. Yep. And then it is going to use its reaction after it bites you to try to So it sinks down. You feel the venom sink in, but it doesn't affect you. But then you see this like frothy glue start to form around its teeth where it has bit into you, and it is going to basically try to glue itself down around where it has bit you. I need a reflex saving throw. Alright, it clamps down and it sticks hard. You can feel that it is now basically bound itself to your leg, and it'll use its third action to continue to bite down with Map.
Great.
I do think because you're grabbed, you're flat-footed. Let me double check. Hey, it did it automatically. Let's go. Doesn't matter. That's a critical miss anyway. That brings us to the quill. This is the one that is not stuck, but it does need... so let's see. Gross. 10, 15, 20. It cannot get close enough to attack Kaz, so it is going to swing on Eldwood. Also, I need any one of you to give me a flat d20 luck check. On a 5 or lower, it trips this tripwire. Ooh, very nice.
Everyone roll.
Everyone. Alright, the quill mimic comes over and tries to basically jam its writing tip into Eldwood.
Just the tip?
Just the tip. That's another critical hit. Good luck.
Eldwood, no!
Oh, you guys are so lucky. It doesn't do any damage. Instead, what happens is it sinks in and attaches. Let's see. And then it's going to use its last action to begin draining blood. This does 1d4 damage automatically. God damn it.
I have things for this. Sorry, I'm reloading Forge, but...
Sure.
I mean, I think familiars in this have like more than just 1 health.
Yeah, it is worth mentioning. So, familiars in PF2 are actually quite tanky.
Yeah, she's got, I think, 10 health, but...
Tanky's not the right word for it, but it's not like 5e where they all die in one hit.
It's trying to load, I promise.
It's okay, I know Foundry takes a long time.
I don't believe you.
Foster the lying liar.
Foster the lying skeleton. Why is he actually here?
So, Willie G gonna be okay over there? He's got like half hit points.
So I... Thankfully, before I rolled any of those attacks, I said, I'm gonna do 1 round of combat to show what they can do, and then we'll simulate the rest. Spoilers. He's cutscene. He's safe. But yeah, yeah, when he landed that crit, I'm like, oh boy, Willie G, get your shit together. I might play that, we'll see.
I'm in. Here's what I tried to do.
Right.
With my reaction, I'll use my Focus Hex. Phase Familiar.
Ooh, excellent. Against resistance 5 to all damage and is immune to precision damage. Only apply against the triggering damage, which I assume you'll do to the bleed that is happening right now. Okay, perfect. So as this thing sinks in and begins to try to drain the blood out of Eldwood, you phase them. What does it look like when you phase the familiar?
Some of the vines from my plants kind of almost like detach and slither snake over, and kind of, petals and vines and leaves kind of almost act like an armor for a second.
Perfect. That fully blocks all of the incoming damage, and because it does not draw any blood, Eldwood does not become drained, and the Mimic does not get any temp health. And that's the end of its turn. We're onto the scroll. Oh boy, all of these Mimics are going very quickly, and Eldwood is the closest thing. Good luck.
Did you already do the other quill? Or is it a different initiative?
It is different in initiative.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Alright, here we go. Oh, I lied. So this is tiny. It needs to be in Yieldwood space anyway. As does this one. This one has to use 2 actions to get over to Yieldwood, which means there's 1 action left for a bite attack. It's a miss. Alright. The chests continue to bite, and that brings us to Jane.
Okay. Jane, as Baby Boy starts running over towards the scroll and gets down into his sort of threatening pose, moments before the eyes start to sprout, she sees it happen. She stabilizes her time stream to move just before Kaz and Baby Boy do. She will first use 2 actions. She holds the top in her left hand and it starts to spin, and then she starts to put her right hand over it and kind of move her hands around it in circles. She will cast this spell right here.
Power word kill.
Power kill on Pilgrim.
Joke's on you, I think he's immune to death effects.
Right. And Baby Boy, you feel time around you start to slow down ever so slightly. The clock's ticking a little slower, and Kaz, you feel time start to go faster around you a little bit as Jane synchronizes you two's time streams. And when either one of you steps, the other can use your action to step. Same thing with stride. So when one of you moves, the other can use your action to move.
Nice. And that was on which Kaz and
Baby Boy and Kaz.
Excellent. Cool. Yes, you guys should each have 1 hero point. And also, it's been about 2 hours. Let's get 1 to
If I don't get one for climbing that
Jane.
wall
Yeah,
first.
it's going to be Jane for showing everybody up for sure.
My rope.
And it'll be 1 to Kaz for helping with the rope, and also for having some good zingers.
And I helped. Okay, so Kaz and Baby Boy have synchronized steps. That's 2 actions. Third action, I am going to... I will also go ahead and cast this here spell also on Kaz. So I'm just going to roll a d20 and hope it's good.
Fingers crossed.
When I do this, I will go ahead and activate the Pocket Watch once again.
Ooh, wonderful.
So I can add a 1 to whatever this does.
Sure. Or subtract if you wanted to.
So Kaz, you've got a nat 10 on deck if you need it for something.
And then give me a d6 for that pocket watch. I think that's the exact same thing.
Yeah, it is,
I believe
so-
that just means you're on a 1-minute cooldown.
Alright, cool. Yep, Kaz, you feel time speed up for you ever so slightly, and you get just a brief glimpse into a couple seconds into your future as you act. If you need a nat 10 on something this turn, you've got it.
Alright. That brings us to Baby Boy.
I have an important question.
Hit me.
So one of my amps allows me to, let's see if I can find it. I can cast a spell as a single action.
Yes.
I have certain spells that have multiple, like, different types of, amount of actions it takes to cast it.
Right.
So I can do 1, 2, or 3. Could I combine it with that amp to then make it 1 and still get the 3 effect?
What a
Or no?
great question. Can you link me your amp?
Yeah, it's the one for Warp Step. I can just, I don't know if I can copy it. How would I link it to you?
Just, like, cast the spell, and I'll take a look.
So it's the amp for this one, but I'm going to use it for a different spell. I did change the flavor of the text, but it just says that you can cast the spell as a single action.
I understand. Okay, so you're asking if you can use this amp with a different spell.
Yes.
I
think that's how psychics work, right? You can use your amps for other spells.
Ooh, boy. Let's see. Each of your psych cantrips has a special amp heading. Whenever you can amp it, additional amps through... Okay, here you go. You can gain additional amps through feats, allowing you to substitute a psych cantrip's normal amp for another one.
Okay. So only the psych cantrips then?
I believe so. I will take a look at... let me make a note, actually, so I don't forget. But I will take a look at this between sessions to try to figure out how it works better. My understanding is that the amp that is built into the cantrip only works for the cantrip, and you can get additional amps for all of your cantrips by taking feats. But I don't believe the default use is that you can just mix and match your amps however you like. But I'll look into it and we'll sort it out shortly.
Okay. That drastically changes what I'm going to do.
Yeah. And for what it's worth, folks in chat, if you guys actually know PF2, feel free to give me a point.
I know someone in the chat was saying that amps only apply to psychic cantrips.
Gotcha. That definitely.
All right. Sure. Let's try this. One of the mimics on Eldwold, I don't know her name. Woad
Eildwoad, yeah.
is attached or no? Or
Yes,
are they both?
the little quill has sunk its nib into Eildwoad. It's trying to drain blood, but there's a shield of plants that is currently protecting her.
But it is like attached
Yes,
to her.
it is attached.
All right. Then I'm going to do some of the other one. I'm going to use one action to cast Gravitational Pull.
Excellent. Who are you targeting with that? On the scroll?
The one that I have it targeted on. I wasn't sure
Okay,
if I could
gotcha.
force it to do.
I think I have to
I do
click it.
see the options where I can click Save Fortified.
That is a big old failure. Almost a critical failure, actually.
All right. So it will be pulled. I'm going to pull it here.
Excellent. You yank it over this way.
And then I hold out my hands to the sides, and two little gravitational anomalies appear, and then I pull my hands close together and I slam them together, and an explosive force
Hell yeah.
of space happens, and all three of these need to make fortitude saving throws.
Shit. Okay, here we go. Does that only affect enemies?
I'm doing a cone, and I'm doing it.
Oh, perfect. So it's gonna... Okay, it's hitting these three then. Okay, gotcha.
Yes.
Alright, scroll first. Or give me the damage first.
Yeah. Hold on, it's... For some reason, it's defaultly to acid.
Weird. I'll change it to whatever it's supposed to be. It looks like Sonic.
I think it's supposed to be Sonic. I can change it. It's just like...
When you click the roll damage button, it's doing acid.
It just had it as the slice. I don't know, it just had it
Alright, excellent.
full damage. Bing. Did it roll?
Yes, I see 4 Sonic damage. And here we go. Scroll first. Fails and takes full. Book second.
Oh, it's just equal to my modifier.
Oh, I see. That makes sense. That's a fail and take full. And this one is all sorts of stuck. Fails and takes full. All of them take full damage from that. Nice.
Was it if any of them crit failed, they are deafened?
None of them crit failed. The closest is the one that was stuck in the mud, but they made it by 2.
Gotcha. That's the actions.
Alrighty, that'll bring us to the scroll mimic. Which one is this one? I think it's the one way up here. It sure is. This one comes running over. 1 stride, 2 stride up to Cat.
Hey, stop it.
But you're so
Kazna.
tasty. And with its final action, we'll try to bite. Just a hit this time. For 5 points of piercing damage, and then I need another fortitude saving throw as it tries to poison you.
You can just take a nat 10 on that if you want to.
That's true. If your fort is +5 or better, you could just succeed for sure.
Yeah, I'll just use that.
Also,
Exactly a +5.
I think your headset is up.
Yeah, you're coming through super quiet.
Oh, sorry.
You're good.
Yeah, it's
Then that is a 15, and you save and fight off the poison. You're good, and it's your turn.
it's time to hit the books.
Shut the fuck up.
Do I have any sort of like disadvantage or anything for trying to attack the one that's like all up on my arm?
No, and in fact, let me double check. It might be off guard to you because it's smaller. I know that its grapple works a little weird, so let me double check real quick. There's so many little bastards all over you. No, you're good. It's just a normal attack.
Yeah, I'm just gonna try to kill this thing for.
Alright.
Kaz pulls out his sword. Slashes.
Just a hit. For 7 points of slashing damage. Let me double check. Okay, yes, it takes full damage from slashing. You see this kind of purple blood begins to ooze out from the large injury.
I will try it again. Get this fucking thing off.
That's another hit, just barely. 4? Does that do it? No, it is still just hanging on. Alright, it continues to cling and bite.
How very, very annoying.
Yep. Anything else? I think you have one action left.
Yeah, I do. Map 10.
Hey!
Don't get to do anything cool this turn.
Damn.
Don't get to do anything cool in this turn or ever do any of my cool swashbuckler stuff because I just get crit on the first round of every combat.
Counterpoint. If your first action had been doing your swashbuckler thing, you would have done 4 extra damage with your second 2 attacks.
Yeah, it probably would have, like, not fainted, though.
Yeah, possibly. Alright, that brings us to the stuck Quill Mimic, who I believe is just fucked. How does this, let's see. I should have read how this works. Swap call.
I can cast it again if I need to.
Is there 10? Okay, difficult. I actually don't think it can move. The movement is cut in half down to 10, and then it has a 10-foot penalty as well. Yeah, it can't move. It can't attack with a range. I think it just... Boy, I'm going to let you use all 3 of its actions to try to move 5 feet with a DC, or with a athletics check against your spell save DC. I feel like that is a thing that it could try to do. So here we go.
Did it critically fail?
No. Nope, it just sits there. It cannot do anything. This bug is basically drowning in mud and cannot do anything. That's its whole turn. That brings us back up to the top to Bill, who continues to fight his mimics. Back to Foster.
Alright, let's go with the old classic. I will start casting a cantrip. I guess I'll do the one on Kaz and the one closest to me, these guys.
Excellent. So this one on Kaz and...
Well, I think there's one in his...
This one on Kaz,
okay.
This guy.
Perfect. Excellent. Here we go. One on Kaz first. Succeeds for half damage. And then the other one... critically succeeds for no damage, but that is still 3 points of damage to the one on Kaz, which I think... it does. That oops, sorry, 7. Yeah, we're good. That one kills it anyway. So Kaz, you nearly finish this thing off, and then Foster will finish the job for you. You got one action left, Foster?
Yes, I'm gonna look over towards Jane and cast guidance on her.
Oh shucks, thanks.
Excellent.
What does guidance look like from Foster?
Well, for Jane specifically, it sounds like a horse whinnying.
Amazing.
The wind blows through her hair, and it's that scene from the Tim and Eric Brain Dog movie. It's like 2 horses running in the wind.
No, Foster's guidance. They've casted a few times. It's kind of similar. Some petals float off of him, and whatever Jane's favorite flower is, there's just a subtle scent of that in the air.
Oh, that's amazing.
Is it horsetail?
The smell is of like an apple tree in bloom, like before the flowers turn to fruit.
That sounds about right.
You sure it's not horsetail?
It's not horsetail.
Alright, this brings us to the Book Mimic. The Book Mimic just saw what Baby Boy did and is going to run up on Baby Boy. By up, I mean it has to be in your space because it's tiny. Second action, it is going to try to bite it.
I'd rather it didn't.
Too bad. Hit for... God, fucking max damage on these. 7 points of piercing, and I need a fortitude save as Venom begins to sink in. You avoid the poison. It will use its reaction now to try to glue itself to you. I need a reflex save. Wonderful. And that makes
I'm going to use my hero point to reroll.
good call.
Careful, you're just going to crit fail instead of failing.
Oh, how do I... Everything's wrong. Okay, there we go.
It couldn't happen again. It couldn't happen this many times.
It was better!
It was slightly better. Alright, that means that it can only bite you, but you are off guard to it. So following up with map. The off guard does it. The gloom turns it into a hit. This one is only for 2 points of piercing and 1 more save against poison. This time you feel the poison sink in. You take 1d4 points of poison damage, and your mind begins to cloud as you are stupefied. You find it harder to think clearly.
Oh, I'm not doing so good.
Yeah, not too hot. That brings us to the Quill Mimic. This is the one that is on the elbow. It is just going to use all 3 actions to try to drain blood. I assume that Foster will block at least one of these.
I am out of focus points, so no.
Okay, then here we go. 3d4 total points of blood. And whatever the highest one is, it gets that many temp HP. 9 points of damage. 3, 3, and 3. It gets 3 temporary hit points. Oh, still up just barely. Alright. That brings us to the scroll. Who is also... Actually, this one... Yeah, this is the one that just got hit by Baby Boy. It does see that Baby Boy is already stupefied. I think it's going to go for Jane.
I'd prefer if it didn't.
I think it will.
Thank you, Jane, for being a meat shield. Well, like a robotic meat shield, I guess.
Critical miss.
You can try, bitch!
With Matt. Another miss. That will bring it to Jane, but I need to be right back. Food just got here. Give me 30 seconds.
Quick, while he's gone. Delete all the tokens.
I'm gonna die!
I truly can't do anything to help you.
Oh, how terrible.
Oh, that would look so cool if I was just bones.
That's a pretty good point.
No one's dying on my watch. Just get back to my turn. I'll finish everyone off personally.
Also, I don't think Superfied's quite 50% chance. It's 5 plus your Superfied level. So you just have to roll, but it's better than 6.
All right, I'm back. Jane,
All
you're
right.
up.
Can I get a sense for whether these mimics are going to be immune to things with the mental tag?
What was your? Did you already do a what is a mimic check earlier?
I don't think
I think it was just me.
did.
Got it. If you didn't do one before, what is your passive occultism?
18.
That is enough for you to know that these things do have minds. They are not objects.
Okay. Great. The one that is on me, I will cast a spell at this top spinning in Jane's hand stops suddenly. And I try to slow time around this thing.
That is a regular success for half damage. You see it reels back. It is still hanging on.
Okay. With my third action, am I like attached to it right now? Am I grappled or anything?
No, it missed its attack on you, so you're good.
And please remind me, I'm not seeing like a door on this map. How did I get into this space?
You dropped down through the roof over here. Basically straight up. You dropped in through the glass roof of the pyramid. However,
Okay.
there is the door over here if you wanted to open it, but it is currently booby
Yeah,
trapped.
it's all trapped.
Just
Could I just-
grappling hook hanging down though.
I was
That's
sad.
true,
I'm just probably going to climb back up the rope, I reckon. Yeah, I'm going to attempt to just climb back up the rope and get back up out of her.
I dig it. Let's go find out how climbing in combat works. I think it's an action, and you make an athletics check to determine how far you move.
Ew, gross. If it's going to take athletics, I might just move instead. In fact, I will just move instead. That way I don't have to leave line of sight of my friends. So I just start backpedaling away from this scroll. Careful to avoid the
Yeah.
tripwires, I hope.
Understood. Yep, and it is not attached, and it doesn't have an attack of opportunity, so you're able to just get away.
Alright, that's 3 actions. That's my turn.
Alright, baby boy, you are currently, this thing is glued around your leg, and also you are stupefied, which makes it hard for you to cast spell. What would you like to do?
Well, I'm gonna have to cast a spell. I think I was just like stupefied is DC equal to 5 plus stupefied level, so I just rolled better than a 6 to cast a spell.
Yeah, so there's a DC 6 flat check to cast a spell.
And it's for is it just a flat check?
It's just a flat old D20, which means it's like a 1 in 4 chance of failing.
I guess I will attempt that.
Alright, good luck. It's pretty rough. I believe in you. Unfortunately, the stupefying venom just clouds your mind, and you try to remember the words, or I guess you don't use words. You try to remember the motions and the feelings of casting this spell, and you just can't shake this awful feeling at the back of your mind.
I guess I'm just gonna be scary then, and I'm just gonna try to intimidate this guy instead. I do have a penalty.
Yeah, just a 1 penalty from stupefied.
Yeah.
You're looking for a 16.
Oh, it's already on. Hold on. It's already added.
Hey, there you go. Alright, excellent. This thing becomes frightened of you as you just kind of look down at it and glare.
And then I'm going to use my reaction to get. Is this creature's level higher than 3?
It is not, no.
Okay, I get 3 temporary health points as I eat up its spear.
Perfect. Then let's see, when does this venom... cool. At the end of your turn, I need a fortitude saving throw to see if the poison gets worse. Or better. Uh-oh. Poison gets worse. You take another 4 points of poison damage, and your stupefied increases to 2. As you feel this getting worse and worse, your vision gets cloudier, your mind is hazy. That brings us to Kaz. Kaz, you are
Okay.
free. The one that was in you has been killed by Foster.
Thank you. And then Kaz is gonna. First, kind of slide over this way. Can I? When I move through the space of a creature that's smaller than me, can I still do the tumble through action?
Absolutely.
Okay. So this is an acrobatics check against its reflex. Okay.
Oh, no.
That sounds about right.
Do you want a hero point that?
Yeah. It can't get worse.
There
Right?
you go. All right, excellent. You're able to tumble through, and you get your panache up.
Cool. Yeah. So yeah, acrobatics against reflex DC. I got panache. Second action, I will try to attack.
All right, fuck it up. That is a hit.
Make sure I have a target.
So that's on the Quill Mimic, right?
Yeah, the
Yeah.
one on Eelboy.
Perfect. 16 is a hit.
It's a good damage.
That is great damage. Yeah, you just eviscerate this thing, and at the last moment, as Aelwood begins to see the last of their blood drain from them, their vision starts to cloud, their sight starts to go dark. Kaz swoops in and chops it off, saving Aelwood.
Cool. I will use a free action, and especially now that I have panache up, I slide over here and just kind of like cut through the quill as I move. I troll back around and I say, "Not done yet."
Ooh.
Free action. I'll shuffle back this, and I
Love.
believe that makes since I've moved, Baby Boy can move if he wants to. Because of that.
True.
I am not. I can't move because I am immobilized.
Yeah.
Oh no, sorry. That thing. This thing's grab is weird. It moves with you. You're not actually immobilized. So,
Oh.
so if you want to use,
I
your
don't have.
reaction-
I already used my reaction.
Oh, that's right. You did
Um,
the intimidating fear thing.
I have a. I did. Yeah.
And measured wrong. I'll actually come over right here in front of Baby Boy,
Excellent.
and I'll try to attack the book that's on him.
All right, saving the day.
Much,
Let's do
much
it.
appreciated.
Strike with Matt. Oh no.
Damn. I can't remember if you. Yeah, you got one of the second hero points. You want it? Or you take it?
I'm gonna save it.
All right, that seems wise. Good to have one in the pocket for if you go down.
Quick question.
Yeah.
The one that I frightened is the one that is the one who poisoned me, right?
Yes, it sure is.
Frightened does bring its DC down by 1. I don't know if that affected. I think I got rolled an 11. I don't know if that would have changed my success on that resisting of the poison or not.
Oh, for the poison. Let's see. What did you roll? The DC was.
I rolled an 11.
No, the DC was 15. But
Gotcha.
good catch. Good catch. All right, I believe that is 3 actions, and that brings us to the Quill Mimic, who's stuck in the mud. This Quill Mimic literally cannot do anything. I will let it use all 3 of its actions to try to move 5 feet with athletics. Nope. It sits there, still stuck in the mud. This mud has effectively removed it from the fight. Bill does his thing with the chests. One of the chests goes down. Foster's up.
So, talking in combat, and speaking of Bill,
Yeah.
can I tell him to get away from me?
Yes,
Or-
absolutely, and I'll do that on his turn. Actually, he'll use one of his actions to step over this way. Well, step and then stride.
Excellent.
I will say, if you do anything that hurts the chest might aggro.
No, I'm not worried about. I'm not going to hurt the chest.
Understood.
I will use all 3 of my actions and kind of clutch my, hands into my chest for a second, and then unleash this pulse of energy. I'm going to cast a spell.
I counter it. Blessed be.
Ooh, fun.
I think that's still going to hit Grim. That's incredibly unfortunate.
Oh, yeah, I can have a move forward. That's fine. I will point out before you invest points into this, this heals anything living, including monsters.
Ooh, you are correct. Is
with that
anything
said,
about to die?
I was going to say, I think most of it is kind of full health. The book is at nearly full health. The quill is just in range, it's low, and the scroll is low. With that said, Baby Boy and Kaz are also low, so it's kind of up to you if that's worth it.
Sure, I'll do it. And then as the pulse kind of emanates out for me, instead of like the usual obtuse like petals and stuff flowing off me, just kind of like all the grass kind of peeking through the cracks in here grows a little bit, and everything just seems to like get a little more vibrant and rapidly start growing.
All right, wonderful. Some of the like plants that had been kind of tainted by graffiti sparkle and begin to kind of bloom a little bit brighter. Everything in there.
God, terrible healing.
Oh no, it's healed for 2.
Doesn't it also like increase by 8 because of the second one?
That's if you're doing the. Oh wait, hang on.
I thought they stacked.
No.
This now?
Oh, is it just only if they say?
No, the 3 action is totally separate from the 2 action one.
Gotcha.
With that said, if you thought it did, I will let you change it to a 2 action. It's kind of up to you.
No, I didn't think it stacked.
All right, cool. Then everything over there gets 2 health back, including Kaz and Baby Boy, and the Eldwood.
That's all 3 actions. That's all I got.
All right, that brings us to the book. Let's see. The book has you stupefied.
And I have frightened.
True. That's a good point, actually. Oh, it's glued to you, right. It doesn't have a choice. Yeah, it just keeps trying to bite you. Which sucks, because it is scared of you.
Which I think just gives it like a -1.
I think it is a -1, yeah. Alright, here we go. Very nice. That's a miss. Number 2 with Matt. That hits, but the frighten prevents it from being a crit. For 7 points of piercing. Oh, the heal saved you. Nice. And then number 3 with map 8. Good luck. Hey, alright, excellent. That is all it can do. You feel Foster's heal sink in just when you need it. As this thing is about to bite a large chunk of your body away from you. You feel your muscles literally knit themselves back together there. And that brings us to the scroll. The scroll is going to chase down Foster. And bite. Uh, 19 does hit for let's see, 1d6 plus. Yes, 6 points of pierce. You're still vulnerable to poison, right? You just have some bonuses to it?
I get a circumstance bonus to it, yeah.
Okay, wonderful. I do need a fortitude saving throw against this poison. That is good. The poison barely even affects you as it kind of dribbles off of your bone. It will take 1 more swing with Matt. Missing wildly. That brings us over to Jane, who I think is still AFK. I think there's some sick kid. So let's skip ahead to Baby Boy.
Are there actions I can take to get this thing off of me?
What a good question. Let me see. Yes, you can take the escape action. It is a DC 16 attack roll, athletics, or acrobatics check, your choice.
Attack using what stat?
It would be your weapon attacks. You can either make a weapon attack stat with strength, or you can do athletics or acrobatics. You're looking for a DC 16 no matter which one you choose.
It's one action.
Yep, one action.
I will attempt to do acrobatics to escape from this thing.
All right, good luck. Just made it. Very nice. Yeah, you were able to kind of just squeeze away from this thing. It drops to the ground and the glue begins to kind of de-solidify, which I guess is also called melt.
And then I'm going to use my action to stride. If I can pick myself up. It will not let me select it.
I think just try dragging, even if you don't see a selection box.
It's just doing a box.
Weird.
I think it's because he was on my spot and I can't.
Oh, that might be it. Yeah. All right.
But
Wait.
there we go.
Got it.
Yeah, I just gotta go over here, and then I'm gonna use my last action to. I guess I'll try to frighten this guy. I can't use it anymore. I'll just keep moving, I guess. You know, actually, instead of striding, instead of that, oh, that's a spell. Yeah, I'll just keep running.
All right, sounds good.
Hide on the table.
Good call. That'll bring us to Jane.
Okay. Sorry, back. What's left here? I see there's one over on Foster,
One on Foster.
one still slow zoned, and then one over by Kaz.
I'm gonna move over there since Baby Boy moved.
Oh, good call. Nice.
That's correct.
That is difficult terrain if you're in that black circle.
It's what kind of difficult terrain is it?
I-
But the mud that stuff is getting stuck in.
Yeah, it's the mud that Foster made.
Okay.
With that said, I don't think would he have to make saves against that spell, or is it just difficult for him?
Let me double check.
Yeah, good.
I also need to make another fortitude save.
Oh yeah, against your poison. Oh shit, baby boy.
This might be it, guys.
This might actually knock you out. Yeah.
Uh oh.
That's a fail. You take a D4 of poison damage.
We got a hero point.
Yeah, do you want
I
it?
don't. I used it already. Unless you're handing out a third one.
No,
I
not
can't
yet.
give somebody a hero point, can I?
No, I meant more like fact as it is the third hour we've been playing. I know it's not. It's not. I lied. I can't do time. I'm not a time wizard.
It's okay. My name is Jane. I love time.
There you go, guys. I'm down.
All right, here
I'm
you go.
Jane. I love time.
That is 1 point.
It's exactly the help I had. So
Oh,
I love time and change.
all right. So notably, you drop unconscious and you become dying 1. If you wanted to, you could use your hero point to stabilize right now. I will point out to you, you would just probably go right
don't
back
have
down
a
to
hero
the poison. Oh yeah, that's right. Just kidding. Well, here we go. Let's begin. The fun starts now. Dying 1. Okay. Now back to Jane, if that influences what you're doing.
I don't think I can see him right now.
That
He's
might be
beyond
true.
the bookshelf for me, I'm thinking.
Yep.
I mean, I saw him go around the corner in terrible condition anyway. Either way, I don't think I could get to him even if I tried to.
If Kaz is moving around here in real time at the same time Baby Boy is, he'll kind of shout back, "Baby Boy is down."
Okay, awesome. And it is
Okay.
just difficult turn for you.
Okay, then yeah, I'll still move over there. That's not a big deal for me right now.
Yeah, I can't get to Baby Boy to help him anyway. Alright, first, Foster I know has healing magic. I'm going to try to get this guy off of him. I will cast a spell.
Good call.
Targeting... Hold on a second, let me see here. Yeah, I'm just going to have to cast this same cantrip.
Feeling looks super cool when you're dead.
Alright, we'll say Scroll Mimic. That is a critical failure. It takes double damage and is stunned 1. Loses 1 action next turn.
Sick.
If it doesn't just straight up die. It does. It just straight up dies. Nice.
Okay, outstanding.
Scroll
Yeah, Jane,
crumbles and it fully reverts to this like purplish blob. The legs curl inward on itself and it drops.
Hell yeah. Jane, just for silly fun flavor, the top starts to spin faster and faster, and it basically just like ages, like the paper crumples and turns yellow at the edges.
Yeah.
All right, that's 2 actions. Third action, start moving towards Baby Boy, though I can't get to him. Actually, you know what? No, I'm going to count on Foster to be able to. I'll look over at Foster. Does he seem like he is motioning to help Baby Boy?
Yes.
Okay, in that case, after with her left hand spinning top, doing cool chronomancy and disintegrating the scroll, her right hand reaches down to her holster, and I'll shoot this one with my gun.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
Draw as a piddly action.
Draw, Pilgrim.
Do I have to decide on guidance before I make the roll?
Great question. Let me see.
Yes, you choose which roll to use the bonus on before rolling, so I'll use it on this.
Perfect. The guidance turns it into a hit. Nicely done.
Hell yes.
That is 3 times this fight that we've got it by 1. Damage.
Frightened guidance combo.
Hell yeah. Oh yeah, it was both of them. They worked together to make it a hit. Paper goes flying off and then reverts into blood as you punch a hole through this thing.
Outstanding. That is my 3 actions. That's my turn.
Alright, that brings us to Kaz. Kaz, this thing is just utterly floundering. It is, I believe, off guard and a bunch of other shit.
Sweet. Kaz sees Baby Boy go down and unfortunately has nothing to do to help. So I'm just gonna try to clean up. Clear the path for the actual healer.
Alright.
First on this guy.
That is a hit. Let's see, did you get... Yeah, okay, good. You got your panache damage. I believe that, with the panache damage, kills it. It drops.
Sweet.
All that's left is the book, and then whatever Grim is doing over here.
Okay. So yeah, Kaz slashes that quill in half, and then realizes he's still kind of stuck in some mud himself.
True.
So Kaz is gonna kind of just stay where he's at, and he's kind of adjust his stance a little bit and kind of hold his right arm out, point his sword at this book mimic over here. I haven't really described his sword much. For all intents and purposes, it probably just looks like a normal rapier or a cutlass. I haven't decided what he fights with yet. But near the like the pommel of it, I think is the word.
Yeah, yeah.
The crossguard. It's a bit hefty, and there's a weird little like ornate bit of metal that part of like the basket hilt that kind of curves down right by the handle, which is made of a very nice red mahogany. Points his sword at the book mimic and squeezes that and shoots it.
Fuck yeah, Gunblade, let's go!
What?
Oh no.
No!
It would have been so cool though. Unfortunately, the shot goes wide. Probably not the first time you've had to shoot something this small and this skittery from this distant. But you guys watch as he points the sword, and then there is a crack, as if from a gunshot, and a bit of chipped marble kind of flies off the floor near the book, who then turns over to Kaz.
Oh damn it! I think I have to reload this, don't I?
I think you do. Yeah, I think it has a reload one property. I'd have to double check.
All right. So Kaz tries to look all cool, misses out. Well, shit, that went a lot better in my head. And he reaches into his vest and pulls out an actual pistol and tries shooting at the Map 10.
Oh no!
Kaz, come on.
Yeah, I mean map 10. It happened. Alright, I believe that's all 3 actions.
Sure is.
Okay, that brings us back up to the top. Bill is actually Can he do anything to help you guys at his own expense? He can. Bill is actually going to leave himself a little bit vulnerable here. And he is going to turn and he's going to cast Haste on Foster. Much like Jane did to Kaz and to Baby Boy, you just kind of feel this slowing sensation all around you. You feel like you can move a little bit faster, your reactions are sharpened. Effectively, you're quickened, and you can only use that extra action to strike or to strike.
Ooh, intriguing.
Then he's going to move back over here to maintain his threat against this thing and start fighting it again. That brings us to you, Foster.
Okay, I am going to home rule re-prepare a spell
Good call.
to get another heal. 1 action reach spell. And then I'm going to cast heal. At 60 feet, should be able to reach Baby Boy from where I'm standing, and I'll do the
Hey,
2 action version.
Good call. All right, excellent.
I don't know why this says roll damage
doesn't say
instead
roll
of healing,
damage.
but
Weird. Go and roll.
and this should be 2d8, right?
Let's see.
Is he a living creature?
Good question. He is a living creature. It's 1d8 plus 8. The second d8 is an
Oh, I
automatic eight.
see.
Yep. So, math is hard. 13 points of healing, Baby Boy. You come back up.
Why is the default damage?
Yeah, that is kind of weird.
Got it in there as versus undead.
Oh, yep. Okay, that would do it.
That would do it.
All right, you can still feel poison is just absolutely muddying your mind, Baby Boy, but you are awake and alive. Foster, you still have 1 action left, which you can use to strike or to stride.
Well, I can't strike anything, so, and I don't really want to be closer. I'm gonna stride just straight back out this door.
That seems... Oh, well, out the door, because the door is trapped.
Oh, the door is trapped. Never mind, sorry. I'm going to stride up to Yieldwood then.
All right, good call. Let's see, Baby Boy, wounded 1. All right, that brings us to the Book Mimic. Well, Kaz just shot it twice, but you're also standing right next to it. I think the Book Mimic is going to latch onto 5. So 1 action to step into your space because it's tiny. Still, it is. The Frightened goes down automatically in the turn, so the Frightened is gone. Alright, second action, bite. Missing. Third action with Matt, bite 1 more time. There's another roll. So... Foster, you take 3 points of piercing damage, and I need another save against poison.
Okay, hold on. There we go.
And that brings us to Jane.
Me again already?
It's you again already.
Time flies.
Oh shit, I think I'm actually poisoned.
After last night, it's just like wild to have a turn.
I know, right?
Twice
Fucking
within an hour.
running 9 players in Age of Awakening. Alright. Wild, I get a turn. Let's see what I want to do with it. Still gun in one hand, top spinning in the other. I see Baby Boy get some healing, so that is no longer too big of a concern. I'll try this spell again on the one that is on Foster. Since it worked so well last time.
It did work oddly well last time. Daze, famously, not a super great cantrip. But today, it sure is. Full damage, 4 point.
And then since the gun's out and we be shooting, I'll just keep on shooting.
Hell yeah. Love the idea
Matt.
of firing onto a thing right next to Foster.
Let's hope it's a good shot.
Yep.
I don't have any other 1 action options here, so that's what it's going to be.
Alright, good. I don't think there's actually like a penalty for firing towards friendlies in this, but it's still a funny image. Ooh, that is a crack
Hell
shot,
yeah.
though. 22 is good. For 1 little point of damage. Alright,
My turn.
that is 3 actions. Baby boy. You are up. The poison is still stupefying you. You're still stupefied 2. You're wounded 1. You're prone. Things are awful right now, but
Yeah.
what do you do?
Are there any actions I can do to like help with the poison?
Yes, you can actually spend an action to try to draw it out if you come up with like any sort of like even just sucking the poison out is a thing you can try to do. Let me double check and see if it's 1 action or 2. Let me see. Persistent damage. Actually, I guess this technically isn't persistent damage, but I'm going to rule it like this for now anyway because I've already committed to it. Assisted recovery. 2 actions. So for 2 actions, I will let you make a check, and it will not make it any worse. It can only make it better.
What type of check is it?
Boy, to suck the poison out? I'd call it a fort save. That sounds like a fort save sort of thing.
Don't know what I have. If I have anything I can use to suck it out. Can I use Mare to suck it out?
You've demonstrated that Mare eats. Mare would be willing to suck the poison out, sure.
Okay, it seems real dumb. But I'm just gonna pull up Mare and I'm just gonna hold him to my wound, and like space just starts to like warp as he's just pulling part of me and this poison into him.
Yeah. This is actually oddly efficient. You use one of your actions to give Mare 2 actions, which Mare uses to assist in your recovery. I would normally call bullshit, but we have very clearly established
It
that
worked really well.
It works super well. Mare actually goes up and does the exact same thing that they've done when you fed it a sandwich and a piece of candy. The little shield around the side of it begins to whoop open, exposing it to this vacuumous whatever is inside of Mare. And we watch as this kind of thin yellow bile is drawn in and just disappears into the infinite whatever is in there. On a critical success, you recover 2 stages and you are fully cleansed of this poison. You're still wounded, but you are no longer poisoned at all.
Am I still stupefied?
No, the stupefied goes away.
Cool. Huzzah! The evil has been defeated.
Through the power of suction.
The power of friendship. Sometimes you just gotta
Right,
get your friend
that.
to suck you off, you know?
Exactly. Sometimes you just need your friend to suck you off.
I really wish that this book was just 5 feet closer so I could attack it. It makes me really upset.
If Kaz moves, you can move too. Oh, no, you can't. I'm sorry, that's over.
Oh,
That
yeah.
did not sustain it.
I guess I can stand up. Sorry, I have to like find it in all the. There we go. And then I do not believe that they gain. Do they gain immunity to my fear at any point?
Each target you can only frighten once per day, I think. But if you haven't already frightened this one, you can do it. I think you did frighten this one.
I have.
Yeah.
I think also like. Hold on a second. Okay, I think I get the bonus from him being frightened for me for like the entire 24 hours. Not even after he stops being frightened of me.
Oh, right, because you were your fancy thing.
Yes, I'm super spooky. I don't know. Can I take an action to just make myself feel better? Like, can I do anything can I do anything for the wound or anything?
If you had battle medicine, you could do that as an action. But without having battle medicine, that's going to take you at least like 10 minutes to treat your wound.
Okay. Just to make myself feel better, I'm going to cast a gravitational lens
Perfect.
right here. It doesn't really do anything, but it just like makes it so that if the thing would do a range attack, it wouldn't be able to hit me. Like it stretches space so that the enemy's range attacks are further from me.
Excellent. Okay. Awesome. That is 3 actions, and that'll bring us over to Kaz. All that's left is the book.
Okay. What's the rule on difficult terrain?
2 to 1 movement, unless it is greater, but this is not greater.
So that would be 30 feet to get there.
Yep. Actually, it would be 10, 20, the last step you're moving out of it, so I think it's fine. I'll double check that, but for now I'll say 25 to get out.
Well, I've actually got 30 because I'm in panache.
Hey, nice.
So Kaz puts his pistol away, frustrated. And just walk over here and try to stab this thing again.
Excellent. That is a hit. Seven points of slashing. It is still standing, but not by much.
You son of a bitch! Try a confident finish.
Now's the time. Let's do it. And then you should be able to check the finisher box before you make the attack, and it'll build it in automatically.
I don't see a thing for finish. Hang on. Oh, okay. There's the check.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
there you go. That is a miss, but because it was a confident finisher, it still does half of your precise strike damage. So go ahead and roll damage, and I think it's like 2d6 of it is precise, because it was a finisher. Let's find out. The strike is part of a finisher. 2d6, yep. It'll take half of 2d6.
Cool. Looks like that's rolled in.
Nice.
The 2d6 is at least.
That is a 2 and a 6 for 8 total. Half of 8 is 4. It has exactly 4 hit points.
Huzzah!
Huzzah! Competent finisher saves the day.
Even
It's
though
nice
I
when a confident finisher is truly a confident finisher.
Absolutely.
Not very confident. I've missed.
Well, that's the whole point. Even on a miss you hit. It's very confident. You only truly miss on a critical miss. With that, Bill is going to fire a last few...
Hang on.
Oh,
Hang
yeah. Oh, okay.
Bold of you to assume my turn is over.
Let's see. You can hit this thing. Honestly, if you were only fighting this, you guys could probably kill this mimic. I believe in you.
Kaz pulls out a third pistol.
Hell yeah.
Appreciate you've named them all.
A quote pistol is just what it's called.
Oh, I thought that you had named your pistols based on where
No,
you keep them
no.
on your person.
Have you seen the animated film Sinbad, with like the one guy at one point he's like pulling out just like endless weapons out of nowhere?
Yeah.
Critical miss! Yay!
Yeah, sure is a critical miss.
And this is why I built Kaz to not use gun.
Legit. My favorite historical fact is that is like completely
Yeah.
founded in reality. Like that's
They're-
literally what swashbucklers did when Flint.
They just had like a bandolier with like 4 pistols on them.
Yeah.
It was awesome.
Yeah, it took too long to reload, so they carried like 4 to 6 pistols. Sick. Bill will turn and fire a few last tendrils at the last chest. And with that, everything does eventually go quiet. And looking around, he kind of remarks, "Wow, we didn't even trigger them. Very nicely done. We should probably dismantle these traps now." "Are you quite all right?" He yells over to Baby Boy. "That looked very nasty."
I?
Oh, he's just baby boy.
He's baby boys.
Well, I am afraid that healing is quite outside of my wheelhouse, but if we make it back safely, we'll get you patched up.
I can heal if anybody needs it. I'm out of magic, but I've got a healer's kit. Thanks for
And,
the assist, Kaz. I thought I was going to lose Yieldwood for a second.
Jane spins the cylinder of her pistol and lets the casings fall out onto the floor and starts clicking some new bullets into there.
Nobody's dying on my watch. Not even this little possum.
Dealbo kind of looks up to you, and she makes a smile, but she does kind of like furl her brow, like, in her head she's saying, I'm not a possum.
I don't know.
Definitely a possum, for sure. Actually, maybe a raccoon. You've heard tales about raccoons, too.
Raccoon.
Oh, you know, that makes sense. If you were a possum, you probably would have played that from the beginning.
True.
Very sorry, my little raccoon friend.
Crosses her arms.
It's close enough. I'll look down to Eelbloat. I know it's not.
She nods and kind of like shakes her hand. Bill, so does anyone have a stable hand to deal with these wires? I mean, I can try it, but...
You just mean, like physically? Something needs unwound, or is there something magic that needs done?
Well, as I've established, I'm quite bad with traps, actually. I don't know what the procedure is here. Do we simply ignore it? Do we cut the wire? Is there...
What kind of check would it be to disarm a trap?
Probably just thieves' tools to disarm a trap. Or you could do, if you have... I think there's a feat that lets you do it with crafting. I would also
I have a feat for that?
Yeah, I would also let you try it without the feat at a small penalty.
Okay, and if I don't have thieves' tools, could I just use like a thievery check? Or like, how does that work?
Yeah, thievery check, sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry.
Would you let me try it with a trains check?
I sure wouldn't.
That these are not trains.
If you ever find a trap on a train, you can record this. You can write this on your character sheet. If you find a trap on a train that is closely intertwined with the train's mechanisms, I'll let you make a lore trains check for it.
Thank you.
You can effectively disarm a dead man's switch on a train.
Yeah.
Right.
You can disable a whole train.
I am in possession of the Illustrated Encyclopedia of Locomotives. I spent like half my starting gold on it.
Also, Kaz, you rolled nature.
Yeah, to identify an animal.
Oh, I thought he was... That was your thievery
Yeah.
check.
No,
I was like,
That's how we learned that Aildboat is definitely a raccoon.
Gotcha,
I just wanted to show off that Kaz has a +0 to nature. So a thievery check to try to disarm this?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I also
Kaz
have
will offer
+0 to nature.
if nobody else offers. I could give it a try.
I don't know
The
if
worst that could happen is I lose another finger.
I don't know if any of you guys know what a marten is. You probably assume it's some sort of weird cat or something.
Cat.
Damn, Kaz. Yeah, you make it look easy. Just 1, 2, 3, 4, snip all those wires cautiously, wind them back to the door carefully so that they don't, reel back too fast. And you've effectively disabled all 4 of these chatterboxes.
Kaz pulls out like a little toolkit. He looks like he definitely has experience with like coils and wires, especially.
Nicely done. Very well
Springs.
done. Well, with those out of the way, I think we have our lay of the place. We should probably check to make sure there are no more mimics hiding elsewhere.
I know, like mimics.
What kind of DM would make you fight 6 mimics and then open another door and then fight more mimics?
Would I do that?
What kind of sadistic motherfucker?
Well, who's going first?
You alright,
hitting
baby
that.
boy? I can see about trying to patch you up a little bit, although I guess Foster'd probably be a little better at it.
I'm okay for now.
I've also got 2 of those potions that are gonna expire still.
Didn't you give me one?
I did. I've got 2 more.
Oh. I'll take one.
So, you can't bullshit a bullshitter. I've seen at least 3 or 4 times now Baby Boy refuse people, offering to heal, stitch him up. Can I get us, a sense motive check on that?
Yeah, I'll let you make either a sense motive or a regular perception check with your eyes. Either would be appropriate now that you've asked. In fact, I'll let you make both. You've specifically asked about a specific thing. I'll let you make both and see if you get anything from either. It'll be different information, so make sure you tell me which is which.
The first one is sense motive, because I have a penalty to that. And then here's the regular perception. You know what, fuck it, I'm going to spend a hero point on that sense motive.
Alright.
I got 2.
Oh, it was almost a nat 20 on my screen. Let me double check.
I wouldn't even ask if it weren't for the fact that Jane also does this shit. So I
Right,
think she
right.
clocks it, maybe.
Lush, Jane has gotten a little bit of a read on you. Jane has effectively beat your deception DC. You can say as much or as little as you like, but what does Jane sense as you keep rejecting this help? Is there any vibes that Jane might get off of you?
Sorry, Eli was saying I'm baby boy.
fucking classic.
You get the feeling that he enjoys keeping a secret. Even when he says, "Oh, I'm baby boy," when anyone asks him what he's saying, he's just doing it to deflect. And you kind of see that he gets a little bit of glee out of it.
Okay, I like that. Understood.
To expand on that, he definitely has a secret, and it is definitely related to him kind of rejecting help.
Yes,
Right.
It definitely feels like he doesn't want. You can tell that he's like, whenever people ask, he physically will like start to kind of cover his whatever wound he has.
For sure.
Right. And the vibe seems to be less like he's got some dark and evil secret, and more just like he thinks it's funny to keep a secret.
Yeah.
Or entertaining.
With that sense motive check, it seems less life and death, and more like, oh, I've got a secret that I really want to keep secret.
Okay, cool. Got it.
With the perception check, you don't see anything like super out of the ordinary. You can see his fur is bloodstained. There are the typical signs that you would expect to see from an injury. There was nothing weird going on related to like his actual corporal form when he took that hit.
Understood. Jane doesn't push the issue at all. She doesn't say anything else. She certainly doesn't want anyone asking her these questions, so she's not going to ask them. But just curious.
Right then. Well, shall we do the drowsing pool or the dowsing pools or the murmury first?
Well, if anybody did have some healing or potions they'd like to pass out before we go fight any more mimics, I'd be happy to take it, because my mother always told me that when somebody offers you help, you should be grateful. And I kind of glare at both Jane and Baby Boy.
Oh, Foster gave me this potion? He held up the potion that Foster just gave him.
I've got one more. You can have it.
Thank you very much.
Sit down, you big baby. You ain't even hurt that bad.
Oh,
Jane will
it's
get
no big
back
baby, it's baby boy.
to Kaz.
That book nearly took my arm off.
Let me see it.
For real though,
Sure.
that book did half kill me.
It did fuck
Yeah.
you up
Yeah.
real good, yeah.
She, like, as you hold your arm out and pulls your sleeve up, and it's like, oh, wow, you weren't kidding. Hold on.
Yeah, you see, that's why my aim was so bad.
She'll open up her backpack and reach in and not produce a whole healer's kit, but produce some, sutures and needle and thread and stuff, and try to just do some treat wounds on you.
That's sterile.
If we're taking the time, I'll take out my healer's kit and do the same thing for me.
What do you do?
Yeah, I'm really curious.
I mean, I know, but I want to hear it.
Street wounds like a thing that I have to click on? Sorry, I'll get to the description in a second.
It is a medicine check. It might be on your sheet if you have put it on your sheet. Let me grab it real quick. Where are you? Foster.
And it should be a nature check for
it's
me because of
nature.
natural medicine.
Right.
Essentially,
see the
Foster
point.
just takes out a little bag of bone meal, or essentially, and like starts rubbing it into their cracks and the wounds and the scratches, and it just seems to set kind of unnaturally fast. They probably like wrap some leaves around it to keep it in place.
Does Evold help? Check, slap it in there.
Yeah, she chews up all the leaves that I can like stick into the harder to reach spots
Aw.
as she's bleeding out.
Yeah, she's also not looking super great, but she's hanging in there.
And then I have Stitch Flesh, so this will heal me.
Oh, perfect. Okay, wonderful. Yeah, that was almost a crit off by one.
I know, so close. But anyway, Jane gets a little rubbing alcohol out or whatever. I don't know if that's asynchronous or not.
No, absolutely. Yeah, that's old.
Yeah, gets a little rubbing alcohol out, puts it on the wounds, and with fairly talented hands, sutures your wounds closed. Sorry, this might sting a bit.
Wow, I lied. I mean, using alcohol is old as fuck, but rubbing alcohol specifically, 1920s. Much later than I thought.
Yeah, they didn't want you to get sugar in your wounds, you know?
Yeah. And they just used alcohol.
I was gonna say, like, we probably know that. So Kaz either
yeah.
pulls out his flask or some wine or something.
Yeah, for sure.
And he definitely winces as they're stitching and stuff. He's like, why are your hands so cold?
Don't you keep your meta knowledge to yourself? Just in that one.
True.
No.
Oh, you are
I just
longer...
killed myself.
No, you're no longer stupefied. Which,
Oh, thank God.
Yeah, so that is a fail. That is exactly a fail. The stupefied would have stopped it.
Wait, so it's exactly a success.
Yeah, sorry, exactly a success, yes.
Okay.
It is worth mentioning, because you guys are treating wounds, Bill will chime in, if you would like to patch yourselves up for a while, I can check these rooms on my own, that way you can keep working. Effectively, if you keep healing yourselves for an hour, you double the healing. But that is if you guys want to commit to that.
No, I'll come with you. I think we're
Right.
I think we're set over here. Kaz, did you get that 12 points?
No, I didn't put it in, but that definitely sets me pretty well.
Awesome.
Okay, cool. Just
I'm like one short of max at that, so Kaz is definitely good to keep going too.
Right, sick.
Yeah, I'm good.
I'm gonna hang back a bit. And wait for everyone to leave the room.
You secretive motherfucker. Bill kind of starts to reach for the door, and then he stops and is like, oh, right, should somebody check this? Somebody knows what they're doing?
Kaz reloads both of his guns while we're waiting as well.
Good
And then
call.
he'll check the door.
All right, give me perception.
while he's doing that, I'll detect magic.
You do detect magic coming from the other side of the door.
It was almost an 18 on my screen.
Yep, that's close. Door looks fine. It looks normal. Right. Well, here we go. Weapons at the ready. He kind of holds his staff up. And breach. As the door opens, nothing weird happens immediately. Inside, you can see a little bit of a soft glowing light. Some sort of magical energy that is humming from the room.
Does Baby Boy truly stay behind as we all move forward?
Yeah, you look back and actually all you see is just see Mara on the floor at the corner, just sitting by himself.
Okay. Jane, again, having just clocked that Baby Boy likes to keep a secret, turns around and for a moment thinks about coming back and just being like, hey, Baby Boy, you coming? But instead she recalls Baby Boy's conversation with her earlier today about how now it's not the time for us to trust each other. We can just worry about how we're useful to each other. And she will leave him to do whatever he's going to do and follow Bill.
Alright. As Bill steps in, you find that the room is largely vandalized. And importantly, in addition to books and bookshelves and papers that have been scattered all over the place, empty chests where valuables have been stripped, you see that at the end of the room, there is what was once a large fountain or a basin or some sort of container that clearly contained water at some point, which is still kind of crackling with magical energy, but you can see the basin is cracked, there's nothing in it. It appears to have been pretty severely damaged. And Bill kind of shakes his head. He's like, oh, those bastards. Bastards.
Thirsty.
Yeah, you do see that there is graffiti up on the wall. Why is that not showing on stream? But anyway, there's graffiti up on the wall that says, thirsty. And he just goes over and starts to look it over. Of note, all throughout this room, there are little bits of, a crystalline gunk that is gathered around the corners, near the floorboard and up in the ceiling and kind of underneath the lip of this bowl. Anyone who's trained in Arcana can give me actually, anyone who's trained in any sort of magic can give me their magic check. Arcana would be the best for it.
At this point, Baby Boy does reappear.
And then as I'm checking that out, I'll just say to Bill, what did this do again?
Well, these were the dowsing pools. We used them to conduct a lot of rituals related to divination. It was a conduit that allowed us to do rituals a little more easily and for a little bit less money or fewer reagents, at the cost of having to come here to do it all the time. Very convenient, very convenient. And we can rebuild the well easily enough. The hard part is going to be getting the water for it. That will require a trip across the sea, almost certainly. Damn.
I've got good news, Graham. I think there's water in the room next door.
Too true, but it doesn't take just any sort of water. We'll need some sulfur water from the springs of the Leviathan's Knuckle. It's over in Hellsmouth. There may be some other sources, but if I remember correctly, and it has been 20-some-odd years, that was the closest one that we identified when we first built this. All the same, that's what we're here to do, is determine what we need, so I will add that to the list. And he kind of pulls out a book and starts scribbling.
That makes a lot more sense when you say it that
I've seen
way.
a few women with those.
Gross.
They hang out at Dockside Bar.
God.
Christ. What did you say,
Detect. Oh, sorry, go ahead. Oh, no, that just it makes a lot more sense when you say it that way.
Gotcha. Oh, was that Jane?
Detect magic. What was that detecting, or what does it detect now? I guess I
There
should
is
say.
crackling energy coming from the fountain itself, but you do also detect that all of the weird kind of crystalline gunk is magical as well.
And do we know what that is on those rolls?
Oh, right, yes, the rolls. Jane does, Foster does, Baby Boy does not. And it makes sense that Baby Boy wasn't, because he's probably never seen anything in this state of disrepair before. Scrygunk is something that forms when there is a strong well of divination magic from a divination ley line that isn't processed or used for anything. It builds up over time. It's kind of like the residue that builds in a hard water sink when it runs for too long and doesn't get clean. It is a little bit useful. It can be used as a crafting component. It can be used as a material component for a lot of rituals that involve divination. And there's a pretty considerable amount here. There's a couple of years worth of build-up here.
Jane will take a look at all that. Just kind of like scrape a little bit off of it with like her finger just to study a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. With a 21, you certainly know how to like safely gather it if you wanted to try to carefully pry it free.
She'll like say anything, but as like she's like looking at it and clocking its presence, does Bill like, I don't know, does he give me a vibe like, hey, don't touch that belongs to us? Or is it like finders keepers?
He kind of looks over, but he seems to be so preoccupied and kind of like disgruntled that this fountain has been destroyed that he doesn't even seem to care. He doesn't seem to mind.
Okay.
Oh, yes, that. I mean, I suppose we should take that back and see if anybody wants to use it. Oh, actually, I wonder if the Cinder Stone is still here. Hold on to at least a little bit of that. I don't care what you do with the rest, but we may be able to use the Cinder Stone if it hasn't been vandalized.
All right, cool. I'll gather enough of it if I know how much we're going to need to use for the Cinder Stone.
Yeah.
And,
Can I help her gather it with
Absolutely.
crafting proficiency?
Absolutely. Jane, I will either let your 21 roll, or you can roll a new one if you want, and then we'll get a crafting from Foster.
I'll just roll the 21, I reckon.
Yep. Oh, almost a 1 on my screen. 21 is great, though. We got two 21s. All right. I'm going to trap some party loot. Let's see.
Party loot.
All right.
So,
Scrygunk.
3 usable doses of Scrygunk.
I've dragged them to party loot for now. Unless
Jane, eat it. I dare you.
I don't think that would be the best idea. Besides, we need some of it for what did you call it? The sending stone?
The Cinder Stone. It was sometimes when we received, and he starts walking as he talks. Sometimes when we received dubious packages, we would try to identify who they came from first. If they haven't destroyed that, perhaps we can use that to figure out where this came from. And he points to whoever has the hand.
I've got it in my bag.
Gotcha.
I'll gesture towards it.
Yeah. It didn't do much, but it could show a fleeting vision of the last time an object was interacted with, or where it came from. And he starts to walk towards the door, stops at the last second. Oh, right. Would you mind? I am learning
Oh.
all these years. I think I've got the hang of it. Let somebody smarter go first.
I'll throw it at detect magic.
You do sense that there is some magic coming from the other side of this door.
And I got a
None.
17 on perception.
And with a 17, the door looks to be safe. Although you can tell that it has been fucked up a little. People have kind of gone in and out brusquely. One of the hinges is a bit loose.
Did you see my my telegram message?
Ooh, let me go check. Sorry.
Does Mare see anything with 21?
21, same deal. Mare's able to tell that people have come and gone, and they've kind of been rude to this door. They've slammed it a few times too many. No traps or signs of danger. Philo, I'm going to rule that as a piddly action, just like drawing a weapon.
Cool.
With that said, I would need to do some research before I let you just have it, like, always on, if it has an ongoing effect of some
Yeah,
sort.
I was gonna say it's an action to go into a stance normally, so that's why I asked if I
Yeah.
could like. Okay.
Yeah, I'll basically rule it the same as drawing a weapon, which means it's a piddly action, but if you have, like, an ongoing thing, I might have to do a separate ruling. But for now, that is totally fine.
So like it would be a piddly action at the start of a combat to go into a stance.
Correct,
Or, like,
correct.
Okay, cool.
Alright. Grim will open the door. And as he does, you can see that there is indeed a balcony that goes out and looks out over the waterfall that kind of pours down beneath the balcony into the sea. And the floor is littered with graffiti, but you do see that all of this graffiti seems to be pointing to a statue of an owl that is kind of built into the railing of this balcony.
Sorry, I didn't mean to shut the door.
Oh, good. It's still in one piece. Wonderful. Apparently those idiots didn't need to destroy everything. Alright, do you have some of that gunk?
Sure. She'll pull out a dose of it.
And who has the hand?
I have that as well. I'll pull out both the gunk and the hand and pass it over to Bill.
Alright, he is going to take the hand, sets it down into the outstretched wings of this owl statue. And then he takes some of the gunk, and he kind of places it in there with the hand. And then he begins to perform some ritual motion. And he does say, this might take a few minutes. I don't know if you want to stay here for the whole thing. About 10 minutes or so.
The magic that I was detecting out here, is it just the statue?
Just the statue, yes.
I'll wait with you if that's okay with you. Wouldn't mind to see how this works.
Certainly.
And I'll spend the 10 minutes refocusing, if I may.
Perfect. Absolutely. 10 minutes pass as you guys kind of wait and watch and refocus and take care of things. And then... Or what?
Just a little housekeeping thing. I can't remove that one Skygunk dose from the party loot for some reason.
Oh, weird.
Like I don't think I can. I drag stuff in there, but I don't think I can take stuff out.
What? That's not right.
Maybe.
Either way, I'll knock it down for now. We'll take a look.
Thanks.
I'll take the 10 minutes to patch up the old woad if we have the time.
Good catch. Yep, or good idea.
These
Ooh, nice. That's a crit.
graffitis out here. Do they say bird, or is it a
They do.
picture of a bird?
So what you see is exactly what they say. If it is a picture, they're in like square brackets, but otherwise it just says what it says. So it's a bunch of graffiti that just says bird. There's one over
says dog.
here that shows like a couple of stick figures that are praying to the bird. There is one that says dog, and then there's a pair of stick figures with one beheading the one that wrote dog, and there's blood everywhere.
It's weird.
Yes, rapscallions. I'll never understand the youth these days. Here we go. And with that, he kind of concludes the ritual, and you watch as mist from the waterfall begins to lift up, forming kind of a cloud in front of you that stretches out across the sky. Any second, we should start to see visions. And he looks, and he watches, and you guys all peer into the mist. And there's just kind of this... There's clearly something in there, but it's just static. It's just kind of this noise. It's magical interference. You can tell that it's not just natural mist, but nothing appears in the mist. And Bill kind of like strokes his chin. I suppose that this is what they meant. The weave doesn't know who this belongs to or who made it, and that is troubling. That is very troubling. I don't suppose any of you has... we should do a control test. Do any of you have an object that you'd like to learn about?
really quick, how long is that like image of weird static displayed?
It is still up there when you're having this conversation, and it stays up for at least a minute or so.
Okay, if it's for a minute, I don't know if this is going to do anything, but I'd like to just identify magic on it.
Absolutely.
I'm less looking for like. I know that I think what this is doing is like what he described, but like I don't know if I can suss out the staticky imagery itself. I don't know. That might be stretching it.
I'm into it. Go ahead and give me your Arcana check, and depending on how well you do, I'll give you more information. Uh, 20 is quite good. With a 20, you can confidently say that magic is showing this image of nothing. It's not just that there's interference or something's wrong with the statue. When the divination spell succeeded, and it did succeed, it is showing all of the information that it can about this object, which is nothing. It is just a distorted, empty field of nothing found. You can also tell that this ritual would, normally, if it worked, demonstrate the most recent person to have handled the item, or possibly more, depending on how well the roll went, and possibly information about how it was crafted or how it came to be. If this was working successfully, it would kind of show how the item originally came to be, and then how it made its way here, through a series of short little images of how it, changed hands over time. But for this particular image, nothing. Absolutely nothing. Not even with the ring on it or anything.
Jane will reach into her front pocket and show to Bill the pocket watch of Rita's. See, I've been meaning to ask too. Is this familiar to you?
When he recognizes what's in your hand, he reaches out quickly and closes your hand over it. And you can't see his eyes looking side to side quickly, but it gives the body language of like, oh my god, did anybody see that? And he stoops and, where did you get that? Did Rita get it?
She kind of defensively like pulls it back and kind of puts it back in her pocket. Says, yes, what? I take it means something to you?
Well, it certainly means that either she trusts you very much or you stole it from her. So that might be a pretty good idea to do an object reading on it.
If this is how I can prove myself to you, then sure, I'm happy to show you. She gave it to me.
That would certainly clear things up. And he kind of still has this stern, like this, you can tell that this has shook him a little bit. Like he does not expect you to be having this unless you came across it in a weird way.
Right.
Real quick, let me, Kaz, yes. I'll answer this one probably really quick.
Yeah, sorry, I don't know how to send private messages on board. So.
It's okay.
Can I go after Jane?
Quite possibly. I mean, this thing normally would run just fine on its own, but with the dowsing pool down, we'll need to manually feed it gunk each time we want to do a reading. But
How much of that gunk do we have left?
Yeah, looking over all the gunk that you guys gathered, each one of those clusters can be used for 2 objects. So you get 1 more free, and then for each gunk that you spend, you can get 2 more objects.
Okay, so we have 2 more gunks, and 1 is like half used, so we have essentially 5 more uses if we wanted to use it all. Am I interpreting that right? Okay, cool.
Correct.
I'd like to go after baby boy then.
Wonderful.
Oh, mine not has to be done. It's just my color.
You don't
Maybe
know.
bad.
Oh boy.
You don't know where your collar came from?
Oh, it's pleasant.
That doesn't really answer my question.
A present from a secret admirer.
Oh no.
Does baby boy blush?
No.
Alright. Bill, if you allow him, will put the pocket watch in the owl along with the other half of the scry gunk and begin casting the ritual again.
Unless Bill seems really adamant about doing it himself, Jane will place it in there instead.
Oh, certainly. Yeah. That's quite alright. I just have to do the ritual. And in fact, if you wanted to... As long as I could oversee you, if you wanted to try the ritual yourself, you could. It's not terribly hard.
Are we at risk of getting wrong information or wasting our resources if I mess it up?
Certainly. So if you'd like me to do it, I would prefer to do that.
I don't want to risk it. Here, you take care of it for now. I'll keep watching you.
All right. He sets it in.
I'm going to watch it
begins-
intently as well.
Absolutely. You guys both watch very carefully. Effectively, by watching this several times, you will learn how to attempt this ritual yourselves. The 10 minutes in, the ritual begins. Jane, I need you to roll me a d4. The higher the number, the more history of this item you're going to get.
Wonderful. Just while I'm rolling that, can I tell if what he's doing is occult or arcane?
Very clearly occult.
Okay.
With that said, this ritual seems like it could probably be done with either method.
Okay, cool.
It would just have to be one of those two, not nature or divine.
May I spend a hero point on this D4?
Yeah, I'll allow it. And in fact, let's get one more hero point out for... I'm going to give it to Foster for the clutch heals.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I think that was pretty big.
Hell yes.
Too kind.
All right. Let me mentally note. So, 1 back is Rita to you. 2 back is that. 3 back. Okay. Oh boy, okay, alright, here we go. You guys watch as the mist rises up from the waterfall. And begins to form a scene. You get to see what this ritual is meant to do if it actually has information to present. Let's see, do I have music for that? Oh, I think I do. Let's do some music. Here we go.
Hell yeah.
Music. The scene that unfolds in the mist is dark at first, but then you see torchlight that flickers. And you see a pair of... Let's see, what would this be? You see a pair of tieflings walk in. They appear to be miners at first, but they're dressed a little too nicely to be miners, and it dawns on you that they're probably either prospectors or archaeologists. They're explorers who are exploring an underground cavern. And the torchlight kind of goes back and forth until it illuminates a cavern. And in this cavern, sitting in the very center of it, is a rock about the size of like a small car. This rock glows faintly, this sort of soft yellowish color. It gives off just a bit of a dim light of its own, like a glow-in-the-dark sticker that has been left out for far too long and is nearly expired. And they look at it and they nod at each other, and they go in and they start to investigate it. And one of them reaches out their hand with a pick, and they smack the pick down on this rock, and nothing happens. And then chips fly off about 6 seconds later, and they both look at each other, confused but excited, like, oh my god, it actually did. One of them reaches down and they pick up one of these chips of the rock, and they make a pinching motion with their hand. They lift upward. There's nothing in their fingers. And then 6 or 7 seconds later, the rock follows up. It is as if this rock is trailing behind in time. Everything they do, the rock does 6 or 7 seconds later. And then that scene fades from the mist. We fade back in to a facility that I don't... Jane would have seen the inside of Tesseract at least once or twice.
Certainly.
Oh, yeah, certainly. We see the inside of Tesseract. We see Rita working with this small rock, hunched over it cautiously, looking side to side as if she doesn't really want people to see what she's working on. And you can see that she is... she has pulled it out of a small package that has been delivered to her, and she begins to quickly assemble it into the watch. And the whole thing she does with alarming speed. She unpackages it, takes it out, puts it in the watch, seals a plate over it, and begins to tighten it. And then that scene fades out. And that brings us to a scene that we all saw together of Rita Connors walking in, passing by Arlo in the class, finding Jane in the classroom, having a discussion with Jane about the nature of her work and the danger of her work and how Jane is messing with old and ancient things. And as she parts, she turns and hands the pocket watch to Jane. And when Bill sees this, you can almost see his shoulders relax. You can see a deep exhale if he was one who needed to breathe. And he looks to you, Jane, and says, "Well, be damned. Well, you're in a lot of trouble, not from me, though. You don't need to... You can relax. I have no qualm with you. In fact, I believe right now you may be my greatest ally. I must admit I'm a little hurt she gave it to you instead of me, but I suppose I deserved that with my callousness. All the same, it matters not. I don't need the watch. I just need to find Rita before this all gets much, much worse.
Everything that Bill just said, like, it's like we see a scene of like Jane with Bill behind him talking, and it starts to just get like muffled and she barely hears it. She's just like staring into the waterfall, and when he finishes talking to her, like, he says, I'm sorry, what did you say?
She gave that to you. She deliberately gave that to you. You have no idea what that is, do you?
She looks at the pocket watch and picks it up again. What was that rock? What is that still inside of here?
Almost certainly. If you haven't removed it, I can't imagine why it wouldn't be. Oh boy. Oh boy.
Yes.
I have much to explain.
Rita gave it to me. She told me that I would need it to accomplish a great work of magic.
That is unusual that she would encourage you to pursue anything to do with that rock. That rock is dangerous. That rock...
I wouldn't necessarily say she encouraged me, but she did give it to me.
I know now that, with all certainty, I can trust you. And I suppose that I owe you some explanation. Do you trust the rest of them to hear this as well?
Boy. She looks to Baby Boy, who she knows to actively be keeping secrets from her, and who just hours ago the two were discussing not trusting each other. To Kaz,
I
who
can leave Jane.
she like she doesn't like insinuate any of these feelings to anybody. It's just kind of what's running through her head. But she looks to Bill and says, In truth, I've known these people for less than a day. Maybe it'd be better for us to just talk about it privately.
I think that may be wise. I will say, however, and he looks to Baby Boy and to Kaz especially, but then also over to Foster. All of you saw that box. All of you know that something dangerous is inside of it. There are parts of this that I believe all of you should hear.
Jane nods and does not seem to disagree with that by any means.
And I got hired to deliver that, so I think I'm tied up in this, whether I want to be or you, whether you want me to be or not.
Certainly.
Also, did those weeks on my boat mean nothing? You've known me less than like, come on, Jane.
Was it weeks? I thought it was literally like 2 days.
It was literally like 3 days, yeah. Pritchard
3 or 4 days.
Pritchard has been with you for months now at this point.
Gotcha.
Yeah. The rest of them you picked up like 4 days ago. In fact, I think it was literally actually 4 days. I think finally the whole party is on the same day of the week right now, so we can start keeping time. Alright, very well.
Less than a day. It's been like at least 3 times that much. But I get it. I'll leave if you want me to. Just call me back in when it's
Now,
my turn.
stay at least for this first part, because frankly, you're in a tremendous amount of danger, and this is the kind of danger where knowing less does not help you.
I always love to hear that I'm in more danger than I suspect I'm already in.
Well, I love to be the bearer of good news, but it seems that once again, my bad news is right. My predictions are right. I hate always being right. When the guild started to crumble, Rita traveled to Wexisas to work for Tesseract. For all of their stupidity and greed, they've made a lot of important advancements in the fields of science and medicine, and she thought that perhaps she could continue to enrich society by working for them. Naive, but very up her alley, I understand it. During her time there, Rita saw a lot of bizarre things. Secret contracts, shell companies, corporate espionage, bizarre field expeditions. She wasn't sure what she was really looking at, but she knew that I would. and I've done enough dabbling in the occult to recognize the signs. Tesseract Arcanovations is an institution for the arcane. They study magic as a field of mathematics, of physics, as a fundamental rule of the universe. They study and manipulate magic as it flows naturally in its pure, raw form through the ley lines. But that is not the only method of magic, and it never has been. Since the beginning there has been sympathetic magic, primalism, sorcery, the occult arts, etc., etc. In the end, though, all of these other forms of magic are merely abstractions of the rules and laws that arcanists understand to be true. A classically trained wizard might not be able to pull the magic from a bag of bones like a druid or a witch, but at the end of the day they can explain it. They know that at the core, all of magic is merely following the fundamental rules of the universe. But Tesseract Arcanovations has begun to ask the question, where did those rules come from? Why does magic exist at all? Why does it flow in a weave? Why can it understand our intent? Why can't sympathy be destroyed once it is created? And who or what decided these rules? And most importantly, can they be changed? They're not the first to ask these questions, of course. There have been many people who've sought a higher theory of magic since ancient times. Most of these people turn to the study of dimensions, and he kind of turns back to Jane. The dimensions of time, of causality, of probability, of fate. We know that these dimensions exist, we see their effects every day of our lives, but they seem to puzzle even the gods. And every time some meddling wizard gets the grand idea to plunge themselves into one of them, things go terribly wrong. But Tesseract is no mere meddling wizard. They are a conglomerate of some of the brightest, greediest, and most irresponsible meddling wizards that the world has ever seen, and those dumbasses have more power and more resources at their disposal now than any dumbass in all of recent history. I believe, and he looks down at the watch, Tesseract Arcanovations has been secretly unearthing those same ancient practices that were once used by old draconic cults to tamper with the dimensions. Specifically, I told Rita that I believe they're trying to find something that they call the link, a method that I believe was once used to divorce sympathy from the weave by passing it through the dimensions like a filter. I'm not entirely sure how they intend to use it, but assuming that this isn't some sort of decoy or illusion, the implication is that they've found it. They have successfully divorced Rita, or at least these hands, from the weave. The fact that we're alive right now and that Wex's house is not a crater on the west leads me to believe that this was a farce. Some sort of ruse to shut me up, to silence me, or perhaps even to kill me. But I can't stop thinking about what happened when we opened the chest, and he kind of looks back over to Baby Boy. And Baby Boy, yes, you have your hand raised.
Oh, I can wait.
Okay. It was only a few hours ago, and yet already the details are fuzzy. But I remember a feeling like I was seeing something that I wasn't meant to see, something more than just this, and he looks down at the hand. And whatever I saw, it hurt badly. I've studied for the occult for a very long time. There are spells that can do this, that can hurt you when you look at an object, but there are rumors of other things like this. From one cult in particular, and he looks to Baby Boy again when he says that. That cult believed that some knowledge was inherently dangerous, that the human mind simply couldn't begin to comprehend it, and so we evolved an aversion to it. Specifically, a self-destructing aversion to it, presumably so that those who stumble upon this paradoxical knowledge aren't allowed the mistake of spreading it. And if that is what has happened to Rita, if that chest, whatever is left in that chest, contains paradoxical information, then I'm inclined to believe that this is no mere parlor trick. Whatever they've done to Rita is real. They have sent her through dimensions, and in doing so have divorced her from the weave. And that cannot lead to anything good. If I know Tesseract, it's only a matter of time before they rush this from research into production, and this time they're not just shipping faulty shell casings or temperamental golems. To be frank, this is all very bleak. I will have to confer with the Tempos immediately when we return.
They did this thing to Rita. They used this link to divorce her from the weave, to send her through the dimensions.
That certainly seems to be what they're implying with their notes, and with this, and he looks down at the hand.
And you know how?
No, certainly. This was something that I have theorized for quite some time. I am a student of the occult, and especially of ancient cults. There have been descriptions of this, but never. I'm not dumb enough to meddle in things that can not only kill me but destroy the universe. But they might be.
And this link, do you know what it is? Are we talking about a machine, a spell?
My understanding is that it is a method of some sort, some practice that ancient draconic cults used a very, very long time ago, that allowed them to wash things by passing them through the dimensions. I don't know if it involves a spell. I assume it must. Some sort of ritual. It may also involve some sort of item or component, and he looks down at the watch when he says that. But quite deliberately, I have avoided learning anything else about it. I know just enough to know that learning more could be dangerous.
And this cult. She looks at Baby Boy and she looks at Pilgrim. And is Pritchard Crabtree with us?
He is waiting out front.
Okay.
He's on
Looks
alert.
around towards the front door. Does it by chance have the word whisper in the name?
Bill doesn't say anything immediately, but obviously looks towards Baby Boy.
Because if it is what I think it is, then Tesseract already is pursuing that. Our friend, Mr. Ketterby, let slip in a conversation with Susanna Bowers that he had found 6 locations of whisper something before she could stop him from talking.
Oh, that's greedy. Well, that is not good. That is not good at all. If they've already begun harvesting more of this or trying to track down more information about the cults, then we are in tremendous danger, and frankly, so is all of Wexisas, perhaps even more.
So Jane, real quick. Whenever
Yes.
Bill Grimm said the link, Baby Boy like cocked his head and like looked at Grimm and then like kind of briefly glanced over to you, and then back to Grimm. Importantly, in our session 0, whenever Baby Boy linked with you and you did the link, I don't think you said it out loud. Baby Boy doesn't seem to know what exactly information he gave you. He doesn't seem to be able to comprehend. Like, we asked you, like, did you get what you wanted? But he didn't seem to know.
Okay, good to know. Yeah. Yes, in session 0, whenever you gave Jane temporary access to that knowledge, that is what she asked about. But she clocks your look of maybe not total recognition or confusion. Tesseract, in that letter they sent you, she says to Bill, said they wanted you to give something back to them. What are they talking about?
He starts to reach for the letter and unfold it just because it gets mentioned, but he immediately looks down to your hand and to the watch. I think that they know what is in there. Even that small amount could be of some use to them. More importantly, and perhaps this is giving them too much credit, they might understand that if anybody else was to find that, it could be dangerous.
When we saw the vision in the waterfall of Rita giving me this pocket watch, did we hear what she said to Jane at the time?
Yeah, it would have started, it would only get maybe 3 or 4 sentences before and 3 or 4 sentences after, and I would have to go rewatch the video to see exactly what that entails.
Well, importantly, and as she handed it to me, she said essentially that if I was going to accomplish what I intended to accomplish, I would need to find the link between yesterday, today, and tomorrow.
Absolutely, that was basically right as she was handing it over, yes.
Yep. Cool. Absorbing all of this, the looks she's getting from Baby Boy and the information she's receiving, she holds the pocket watch in her hand for just a moment and then grasps it really firmly in her hand and places it back into her pocket.
I certainly would not let them know that you have that. They have a lot of resources at their disposal. They may not suspect you initially, and perhaps that's why she gave it to you. I don't know if they even know you or would think to check you. But, if we are lucky, they will look at me first and some of our other colleagues from when she worked at Tesseract. We may fly under the radar for a time, as long as they have no reason to suspect you.
She nods, but doesn't say anything at the moment.
Lush, is it alright if I
Mhm.
answer that question here? If you'd like to, if you'd prefer to keep it secret, that's totally fine. I can
Sure.
also answer it vaguely. I can leave names
Yeah,
out.
do vague, and then maybe
Okay.
you can ask questions.
Now that you have seen it, yes, but younger. Much younger.
Does this seem like, I guess, just me realizing this, like, feel like paradoxical knowledge?
Yeah, it certainly would. You would fall. Yeah, so you guys watch as Baby Boy suddenly drops to the ground laughing. Boy, I hadn't considered that. Oh boy. Grim, when he sees you start laughing, he runs to the door. He bolts the door and he closes it shut.
Yeah, as I say, Jane knows what this means. She gets to where she is not going to see or hear whatever the fuck Baby Boy is seeing or hearing.
All right.
Do Foster and Cass just hang out?
Yeah, you guys. So Kaz, you kind of saw this happening in the tent. Same with Foster. What do you guys do when you see Baby Boy just randomly start dropping with laughter?
What a great question.
I mean, Kaz somewhat knows what happened here. He knows that he at least was able to put together that, like, the same sort of thing that gave Baby Boy this reaction was hurting Jane and Bill, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
So he obviously, like, stands on guard first, but he sees Bill and Jane run out of the room. He looks back at Baby Boy, and he, like, I assume doesn't, like, immediately start taking damage or anything himself.
Yeah.
And he's like, "Hey, get up! What's so damn funny?"
Through the door, Jane will say to you, Kaz, he knows something that I don't know what it is, but it'll hurt you. It could kill you.
Am I able to get, like, any words out? I'm assuming I can maybe get, like, one word.
Yeah, you can. I mean, you're laughing.
I probably just, like,
intensely.
I'm laughing, but, like, Rita! And I just start laughing. You just hear me say, like, Rita's name.
I am gonna let that fly. However, a few seconds go by, your laughing fit comes to an end, and there's this ringing, almost like tinnitus buzz going on in your ear. And-
May I speak to him while he's laughing?
Yes, absolutely.
Sorry, so while he's down on the floor laughing, and I don't try to be secretive about this at all, but I'll, like, bend down and you're disconnected, aren't you? That's why you laugh and it doesn't hurt. Because you're not playing by the same rules anymore. And I'm sure he just laughs, but...
Do I understand what he means by that?
That is the first thing that you hear as you come to, is you hear Foster bent over you asking if you're disconnected, if you're playing by different rules. And as you hear the question, the memory that was so illogical to you, gone. You no longer have any idea what caused that fit.
Jane will cautiously come back around the corner as she hears the laughing fit stopping at her.
Oh.
I guess he
That'd be
just
weird.
thought it'd be a really funny joke.
I would ask if you're alright, but I think I know what she'd say.
Oh, hi, I'm Baby Boy.
Yeah, Baby Boy, it is very clear to you that you just had an episode, but you don't remember what the triggering information was, and you hear Foster asking that question.
Do I know what he means by that?
You can interpret that however you like.
Oh. Mayhaps Foster? Oh, I'm sorry. It was important. He, like, looks kind of bewildered.
Don't need to be sorry about it. This is all a little above my head anyway. I'm just trying to piece some things together.
Mayhaps my is no good idea.
Well, this is, troubling indeed, but we are here. If you wanted to use that that gunk, I could do the ritual a couple more times.
It may be dangerous. I don't know where this came from, but I have an idea.
I know what I'm wondering, and I think it's what you're saying, that what we see in this waterfall might be something that we ought not know.
Aye. But I think this thing is important. At least to me.
Boy, I need to... I want to see. I survived it once. I can survive it again. I'll take my chances.
Do I have a feeling that doing this with my collar is any more or less dangerous than what was in the box? Or does Mayor feel that way? Because Mayor has an idea of what is in the box versus the collar.
You kind of chat briefly with Mayor. You suspect... Oh boy, how would I put this? You suspect that if it was... Oh boy, how do I even... First of all, you know how you would handle it. You potentially could look at it, and you're pretty confident that the worst that would happen is you would go into a laughing fit. To them, it would certainly be dangerous if they knew beyond a shadow of doubt that it was true. If it contains... okay, hang on, this is complicated to answer. Give me a moment. It is very hard to answer this question with you not knowing why it was made or why it was given to you.
Wait, say that again.
You have a hard time answering this question for sure because you don't know why this was given to you.
I have theories, if that helps.
Sure. If you want to send me that theory.
Okay.
Or if you want to say it, either way is fine.
I can say it kind of vaguely.
Sure, go for the vague. I like vague. Vague is fun.
It is meant to take me back to home when I'm a danger.
If that is the case, then when you try to hand this over, it should activate and thus prevent it. If that is true,
it's what I'm thinking. I'm still wearing it, but it's kind of my feeling.
Sure. Based on that feeling, you get the sense that there is a double failsafe. That if that was the case, certainly it would prevent anything bad from happening.
So it's kind of a contained loop that if we tried to, it would, and it was going to be dangerous, it would just make me leave.
Right, correct. Go ahead and give me an occultism check to see if you get any more than that. But based on what you currently know, that seems like a reasonable theory.
Oh, it's so bad.
Yeah, seems like a pretty solid theory to you.
Jane wasn't there when she was there the first time, but not the second time.
Correct.
Foster was there for the second time.
While you're deciding, he will look to see if anybody else has an object that they'd like to have read. Because you guys will get 2 for 1 more piece of Scrygon.
I have something, but it's not critical if somebody's got something important. Sorry, I'm back.
Welcome
Sorry, me first.
back. Alright, Kaz, what do you hand over?
assuming that Kaz doesn't have anything else he can think of about that question that I asked you in private, he kind of digs around in his bag for a little bit, pulls out. I don't know exactly what they would look like, but it's an outfit that clearly fits him. It's a lot like grungier than what he is dressed in or looks like he would ever dress in willingly.
Yeah, very drab, just kind of plain canvas clothes that look like they're a bit tattered, very worn. They've certainly been through a lot. They're sweat stained, they're a little bit ripped and frayed. He's still deciding on BB's color.
Okay, cool. Sorry.
And Bill looks at you and takes them and sets them into the owl statue and begins to do the ritual. 10 minutes or so of ritual casting go by. Kaz, I need you to give me a d4 to determine how many changings of hands we see for this item.
This music is so good.
Nice.
Alright, give me a moment to type these out so I make sure that I get them right. The most recent one is you. Then it would have been them. Oh, boy. Okay.
As Bill Grimm is doing all the setup he needs for this ritual, Kaz is like staring very intently at the water. First he takes a swig from his flask, but then he kind of pockets it, and after another minute or two he pulls out a deck of cards and just like starts shuffling it and kind of shifting back and forth on his legs. He looks like he's just real antsy, needs to be doing something with his hand.
Mm-hmm. The 10 minutes complete, and the mist begins to rise. And with a 4, we go all the way back to when this outfit was made. We see a vision of the inside of a tailor's workshop. There's an old elven man with wiry glasses that are kind of far down on his crooked nose. And he seems to be working quickly. There's not any passion in his work, but when you look down, it's very clear why. He appears to be putting together a tremendous number, hundreds, of plain, undyed canvas outfits in various sizes that are numbered from 1 to presumably a couple hundred, and currently is on number 73. And he finishes it, and he sets it down, and then he moves on to the next one. And we can see that there's just a stack of these plain, unmarked outfits that are numbered. The second vision, we take a bit of a turn. We find ourselves in a dark cavern that is filled with water and the bones of shipwrecks. We can hear a little bit of a distant wind and the sound of the coast coming up and down, lapping against rock. But we're inside, kind of like a hidden pirate cove sort of thing.
Does it look like... Sorry to interrupt. Does that look like the one that Kaz saw in his dream?
A little bit, although it's clear that this is like a natural cavern and not a supernatural well that goes up for a mile before you see daylight. But kind of similar vibes, absolutely. Including...
Kaz stiffens up at that, kind of.
Including that there are several black marigolds just floating on the water, littered among these bones of ships. And we watch as a man, some sort of a postman or a deliverer or a delivery guy or a courier, steps out onto the dock that overlooks the water in this cavern. He looks nervous. He looks like, why the fuck am I here? What am I delivering to this place for? And he calls out, hello? I have a delivery. There's no answer. I'm just going to set it down. And he begins to take these boxes off of the cart and set them onto the dock, one by one, until all of them are down. And he gets back on the horse and he begins to scurry away. Time passes, 20 or 30 seconds, but the scene does not change. Once the horse hooves are long gone, having left out of this cavern, we watch the water stir, and we watch a bony hand reach up out of the water, large, about the size of perhaps a giant's hand, pull itself up until a skeletal figure emerges from the water, looking down on the docks at the packages that have been delivered. She is wearing a... Well, let me just show you.
It's not what I expected you guys.
What did you put
Oh.
in here? I missed the setup. Holy shit.
A tattered old jumpsuit.
All right,
Basically.
cool.
She is wearing a black cloak, a black bicorn with tints of blue and cerulean. There are feathers that kind of fan up behind her. She has a bright blue and yellow and orange dress on under her cloak. And she reaches up and she looks down at the boxes. And she gives a bit of a nod. And then she raises her hand and you watch as tendrils of magic begin to throughout the cavern. And you start to hear the clamoring of footsteps as people come down towards the docks. And as they approach, she descends back down into the water.
People?
People...
Skeleton?
give me a perception check. I'll throw this one on a check.
Is she the one who ate my cookie? I went,
Ooh!
It's 219s this session.
Um,
No 20s from cats.
How wildly appropriate and fun that you roll well on this. What you see at the corners of this vision as it is beginning to fade are a bunch of Cyrillin or Cyrillil guards, jailers, prison wards, people who look like they run and operate a dungeon or a prison, stepping out from dark, winding caverns into this like pirate cove. And as they step out onto the dock, you watch their flesh fade, their clothing fade, revealing skeletons.
God fucking damn it.
They pick up these boxes, these crates, and begin walking them back towards the tunnels. That brings us to our third scene, where we see you, along with your brother, another Knoll, very similar, essentially being thrown into a cell, stripped down, bathed, and tossed to these clothing. The jailer...
Which brother?
boy, give me a second.
Older or younger? I don't really need the name.
The one that is no longer... yeah, okay. You got it.
Older, I think.
I believe it was older. I'd have to double check.
Yeah.
Yep. They toss you two of these outfits, and these Cyrillin guards tell you put them on.
He probably needs a bit of help.
And then, yeah, probably. And then I believe, I'm thinking real quick if there's anything else that would show here. I believe that is the last vision we see, is we see Kaz putting on uniform number 73, and next to him another Knoll, a little bit older, putting on uniform 74.
You said that was the third vision it jumped to?
It was. And because you guys have studied this ritual 3 times now, you're aware that 3 was the maximum. You saw the entire lifespan of this object, from creation to where it currently is, which is in your possession.
Cool.
I have a question.
Yes.
The lady from the water,
Yes.
based on her shape, is she one of the 4 that I met a year ago? But I forgot to call her. The one who, I think she looked like the one who walked up and went, when she ate my cookie.
Let me pull those out real quick, because I don't want to answer this. Give me a perception check. But I'm just going to pull the shapes out.
Can Mare also give her a perception check?
Yes,
since she was
absolutely.
there?
For
Bless
certain.
Mare.
None of them are so similar that you're like, oh my god, it's them. But I will pull their shapes out if I can fucking find them, so that you can kind of draw whatever conclusions you'd like.
It's she.
There she is.
She's beautiful.
They all just look the same. Oh, okay.
There you go.
Okay, maybe I just made it up. The last one still looks like a squiggle.
I like that top middle one looks like one of those fuzzy worms, but just with a bunch of tentacles on its back too.
Kinda, yeah.
I was thinking like a anteater or something.
Yeah, I guess it does have legs.
Like-
doesn't it?
Okay, never mind then.
Stubby legs.
I must have just remembered it from when you posted a picture of all the little tokens, and they were just all grayed out.
Legit.
Can I see the enchilada token again?
sure, but if she ever hears you call her that.
I know it's La Enchilada.
Enchilada.
What? Why would I owe her any respect?
She's
Who?
so fucking cool.
That is such a cool token.
But I
One
had
day
that
I
one
will.
ready. I almost did.
One day I will have that hat.
I hope that's your entire end goal with this entire campaign.
Get
You
that
just want a hat. That's all you want. Like nothing bad happens. You just want that hat.
Bill kind of chimed up, well, it seems that getting information back online was a good first priority. Hopefully that was useful.
Kaz looks shook.
Is everything alright?
Did you saw that second one, right?
Oh, yes, that was quite awful. Do you know who that was, I assumed?
Does Kaz know? Probably knows the stories.
You've-
Probably not seen her
Yeah,
a clear vision of her ever
you've
though.
never
Right?
seen her for sure. You've heard lots of stories. The one consistent thing that is true in all the stories is the association with Black Marigold. It seems like a pretty reasonable stretch.
Do I recognize the Cyrillin's armor?
Good question. You definitely recognize their colors, but give me a society check if you want to try to put them at a specific time or place.
Yeah.
In the meantime, Kaz will kind of shake his head, looking a little pale and distraught still, and look back at Bill and be like, "Yeah, I've heard of her in stories and in my most recent dreams, I think."
Sorry, I may have phrased that incorrectly. I don't recognize her. Who was that?
I think that is La Echulache.
Like
La Echulache.
the pirate legend.
The one with the black marigolds?
Yes, that's real. She's real. I mean, of course she is. All legends are based on some amount of truth, but really, that's her.
I think so. I mean, I didn't believe in this sort of thing either until a few days ago. He'll unwrap his hand and show the marigold tattoo.
Oh,
And with the... yeah, I'll just let everybody kind of react to that as they will.
oh, fuck! You're cursed as fuck. Oh boy, we should have gone to. Oh yes, we need to get all of our healing faculties back online. Post haste, you are quite cursed, aren't you? Okay.
I think so. She said I had... He'll look around and consider this for a long second. I had a dream last night. A place that looked a lot like that grotto there, but a lot scary. I heard a voice. She said I had 5 moons to pay back what I owed her.
Well, what did you take from her?
Kaz just shrugs.
Oh, well, that doesn't make it any easier.
I was hoping to learn a bit more about that.
Wow.
Maybe you stole a heart?
You think I'm that charming?
Oh, I.
Yeah, she's really not my type. I'd have to let her down easy.
You have her jumpsuit. It's like
I don't think she's too worried about that one. Or maybe she just really likes the number 73. I don't know, but
I don't think I've tried this yet on the mark, and I don't know how Pathfinder works. Can you identify a curse and its effects with identify magic?
Yes, the DC is normally much higher. Let me go read exactly how much higher, but let me see.
Because now that I have quick identification, I could, if you want to let me take a look at that, Kaz, maybe I can figure something out.
I'd appreciate it. He'll hold out his hand. His hand is kind of shaking.
Sure.
And Jane, you've seen the mark before, and you'll notice that one of the petals is now missing.
That is different from when you first saw it. Let's
Yeah.
see. Cursed or esoteric subjects usually have higher DCs or might even be impossible to identify using this activity. I think this is possible. The DC is going to be very high here, but go ahead and give me an occultism check or Arcana, but it will be harder. You'll also be penalized for not doing occultism.
It's fine, they're the same for now.
Okay.
Oh.
Yeah, not a clue. Clearly magical.
Okay.
Hard to say what it does.
Could I do a second on that? Or
Yeah.
I guess Bill Grimm probably's better at this.
That's true, actually. He'll take a look.
I forget. Can I give somebody else one of my hero points?
I'll allow it. I don't remember if that's allowed, but I'm into it. Oh, also, it's a brand new hour. Let's give our last hero point to Baby Boy for cleverly wording several things as we had that conversation just now.
Nice.
Yeah.
Jane, you can use my hero point to reroll that if you want.
I will, thank you.
I will establish as a rule that typically you cannot... how do I put this? You can't stack all of your heroisms on the guy with the best bonus, but it can be used for things like this where it's affecting you in some way.
Yeah, that's why I was pitching
Yeah,
for it.
I
Because
did.
he's directly helping me out with a thing that Kaz has no idea what this is.
Absolutely.
And he has the stats to back that up. It's a +0 to Arcana and Occult.
For sure. 22, occultism. This is a little outside of your wheelhouse, but you've done a lot of reading and a lot of research on it, so you kind of get the gist of things. The number of petals is almost certainly a countdown, and something bad is going to happen when they run out. The exact nature of what bad thing it is, hard to say. You're not able to get a strong enough to read to actually know, like, what the ongoing effects or what the terminal effect of this curse will be. But there is a curse that is counting down, and the petals are a counter.
Okay. She'll, after taking your hand in hers for a moment, and
I would
sort of-
really appreciate it if you don't say terminal effect.
Yeah. As she holds your hand in hers for a second and kind of steadies it as it's shaking, and studies the markings a little bit. After a minute of studying it, she'll just kind of shake her head a little bit with a bit of a frown and say, I don't know if I can tell you much that you don't already know. It's... You said she told you in your dream you had 5 moons, and there's 5 petals left, so I think this is your stopwatch.
It was very nice of her to give me an advent calendar.
That kind of implies that like chocolate comes out of your hand.
True.
And that's kind of nasty.
Yeah, Kaz didn't think that through before I made the quip.
Well,
Kaz didn't think it through before you made the quip.
Yeah,
I like
that's how
that.
it worked.
totally. We certainly need to try to figure out what exactly it is that you owe this Etchulache.
Yeah, that would definitely help, but I'm also not really even sure where I need to go to give her back whatever it is she presumes I owe her.
Well, the more
I've-
things that you don't know, the more reasons we have to get all of this back online.
Yes, I'm at a loss here. Did anybody... I mean, you saw that same horrible island with skeletons that I did. And did anybody recognize where that was?
Boy.
As far as I have found, it's not on any maps anywhere.
Does my society check here help?
Boy, oh boy, oh boy. I'm trying to think of any reason that any of you would know where this island is. Let me go ahead and see the society check so that you can all just roll low and I can just write it off that way.
Kaz will also...
I will say ahead of time, a natural 20 here might still not even. I would need to think of a justification for how you know this.
Kaz will also describe what he knows about it.
Understood.
I don't think he has to the whole party yet.
Right.
Or everybody here at least.
Sure.
It's like, I only know they called it Lutea. It's somewhere in the Wistland Isle.
Wonderful. Jane, no. Trains. Jane, no. Baby boy, no. Foster, no. Although Luteon is an elvish island's name, it would at least ring up to you as, yeah, that's specifically, I should say, Luteon is a Cyrillil name. It's a Cyrillil word. And it just means empty.
Ooh.
Oh, and Kaz speaks Cyril, so he probably knows that too.
Sure.
Oh, that's bleak.
Let's see. Society. Good luck, Bill. Oh, that was
Oh,
almost a
man.
3 on mine. Luteon, the Whistling Isles. Very high necromantic activity. It's fascinating, actually. The same ley line that swoops up through Unma kind of wraps around into the Isles. The Basali got nearly fucked by it when they tried to invade. I don't remember which specifically is up there. I'm sure if we found a map, maybe we'd be able to... I assume that you must have already looked.
Everybody else I've shown the map to has not been able to point anything out.
Well, if it was...
For sure.
if I had to make an educated guess based solely on the fact that apparently those were serial little guards, it's probably a secret island that they've kept secret. They're very good at keeping secrets. It's what they do. It may exist on plenty of maps, but under a different name, and unless somebody had swept the entire island, they wouldn't know about it. Sounds like another job for divination. Although I do tend to use that as the hammer for all nails. There may be other ways you could try to do this.
It seems like a good start. Kaz kind of thinks for a bit and he'll let somebody else go, but
Right.
I will ask you some other questions about things Kaz might have on hand.
Perfect, understood. We have enough juice from this batch to do one more for free, and then if you want to burn your last batch, we could get 2 more with it. I will urge you, that is valuable. If you have something important, we should do it by all means, but otherwise we could sell it for quite a bit, or use it to make magic items.
Was there more in that room to be harvested?
You guys pretty thoroughly and cautiously got as much as you could safely with 221s.
And just really quick, was there another like magical utility in this building that we were yet to go look into?
Yes, and we can check that real quick if you need time to decide. It's right in there. It's the Murmury. It's a
Well,
long-range communication device.
does it have to be an item?
An object of some sort. Anything that really we can put in there that's not living.
Oh, sorry, Mayor.
That's alright. That's a good idea, though.
I think we can try. Jane. I know I said I don't trust you, but need to. But in order for me to trust you and you to trust me, we have to build trust. So I'm going to trust you with some information. And I'm going to put my collar in there.
Alright. Bill begins to cast the ritual.
Jane.
No one go mad.
Jane steps up next to you and just nods and looks towards the waterfall. If I can, right as this begins, I am going to cast so that I can add or get myself a d20 roll here, and maybe it'll be better than whatever saving throw I have to make.
Wonderful. Understood.
And for its worth, it's been 5 minutes. I'll proc the clock with the stopwatch again.
Absolutely. Give me another d6.
Ugh, balls.
Balls.
Well, I'll roll the d6 anyway.
Let's see. I'll double check. I think that's probably like 10 minutes, but I
Okay.
will check here in a bit.
Probably not going to use that 3 at any point, but I'll keep it on deck in case I roll a nat 1 or something.
10 minutes go by. The ritual completes. Baby boy, I need a d4. I will kind of tell you, never mind, we're fine. We got it. Hey, look, you hit it exactly on the head anyway.
Did you want me to have 2?
2 is, as you're about to learn, the total number of transactions that this item has had. So you will see the entire history of this item. What you're about to see is probably not terribly surprising or even maybe interesting to Baby Boy. But for Jane, Kaz, and Foster, you're about to see some shit.
Can I speak up real quick?
Yes, absolutely.
Oh, my home is very weird. No go mad, please. He does look really excited though. His little tentacles are like waggling. He has his hands like on the bird. He's like looking over it, like looking in the waterfall.
Okay. Before I show you any of this, I need to take 30 seconds in prayer and meditation to decide if anything here would trigger them immediately forgetting everything that they see. So give me a moment.
It would be kind of funny if all of a sudden they come through to like, what happened? It's like nothing happened. It's like, oh yeah, it happened. You guys just missed.
I was gonna say, you don't have to narrate shit if we all just forget it immediately.
But for the audience at home,
The audience at home, though.
Okay. I don't think that this immediately trips anything. So here we go. You guys look up into the mist, and you begin to see a scene of what at first appears to be the interior of a giant's library. An impossibly tall room inside an impossibly big building where the stairs go in every which way, gravity does whatever it wants. Books fill an infinite myriad of bookshelves. A mirror runs for 50 feet up the full length of a ceiling. And standing in the middle of this room filled with books and trinkets and artifacts is this. Whatever this is. This is basically exactly what you see. And we see the creation of this object. And the creation of this object is as simple as this creature putting the palms of its hands together, spreading them apart, and there it is. He takes it and reaches through the mirror behind him, and it disappears. The scene in the mist fades, and we reappear in this exact same room, except now we see the scene that happened in Baby Boy's intro at the very beginning of episode 3. Where Baby Boy talks excitedly with this creature, seemingly very familiar with this creature, about doing some sort of a job and fetching cookies before they do that job. And at the last second, before they step through the mirror, this creature reaches into the mirror, pulls the collar back out, and hands it down to Baby Boy, who puts it on. I forget the exact words that Baby Boy said after he put it on, but this creature is, "Yes, you're such a good boy, now come with me."
He also called me very smart.
"Oh, you're so smart, so smart." And then the vision ends, and we're back at the waterfall.
I didn't know anything.
So,
I don't mean to sound
what he
rude.
said.
I don't mean to sound rude, but what the fuck was that?
That was your home?
Aye. That's where that's at. Aye.
And that was your parents?
Ah, sure.
Good friend?
Oh, he loves me very much.
Roommate?
Oh, we share every room.
Does he... God damn it. Does he have a name?
Oh. Kind of looks over to Bill. Can I get a read on Bill? If he recognized him?
Give me a perception check.
Could Mare also do that?
Absolutely.
Hell yeah, good rolls.
Baby Boy, tough read, impossible to say. He's so stoic and so practiced at not revealing that he has any sort of idea what's going on. Mare whispers to you, I think he might know something. At the very least, he seems like he should be more surprised than he is. He kind of just nodded when he saw it.
So what everyone else probably sees is that, usually when Mare talks, there's colored ripples that go through his clouds, and then you just feel a shock wave come out. But you can tell when he's whispering, because the shock wave doesn't happen. You just see a very subtle ripple of color. You can kind of see him looking down at Baby Boy, and you can kind of tell that they're kind of taking some time and having a private conversation.
Right.
Well, I believe that was the last use, unless you want to burn through the last of that scrygunk, which I'm happy to do while we're here, so we don't have to walk back later. Otherwise, I suppose we'll check the Murmuring. I'll write down everything that needs to be done to repair this place, and we'll get back before dark falls.
You don't seem surprised.
Well,
I found that it's...
you're clearly some sort of Illithid. I figured you'd be from some sort of strange eldritch place. Granted, that doesn't exactly look like Quilgerboth, but I've done enough research to know that the Illithid are... we'll call it extraplanar, to put it lightly. I don't believe I've seen anything quite like that. Was it his demi-plane?
Out of character, I don't know.
Fair.
In character, I don't know if I know. But out of character, I don't know. Do I know?
Are you trained in Arcana? Or just occultism?
Nope.
Give me an occultism check with a harder DC.
Is this something that I could identify with Arcana if I'm hearing this?
The answer specifically is, was that his creature's demi-plane? I don't think there's any way Jane would know.
Okay, I'm sorry. I thought I was looking for the creature type.
Right. Baby boy, you're not entirely sure. You know that it is certainly some sort of a separate plane, but you don't know if it is like just a demi-plane he made, or if it's something bigger or different from that.
I didn't ken, it's me home.
Strange. Very strange. Good choice of decor, though. The hand was very classy.
Oh, aye, it's very fun to play on.
So, if you don't mind my asking, what the fuck is he?
I didn't ken.
Awesome. Wonderful. That's great.
But then, Jane, you do feel like a voice in your head. His name's the librarian.
Well, I'm going to do everything that I can to forget what I just saw in case it kills me suddenly in the middle of the night sometime from now.
Just try not to think about it too hard.
Well, that's my whole life, my friends.
Jane will nod at you, baby boy, as you say that, and
And then he also kind of like points to his collar where there's like, you know, his symbol of the book constellation.
right. Jane can't respond telepathically, right?
No.
Okay, she will not say anything for now until we're in mixed company.
Oh, Foster, did you want to find out something?
You know, I think we've done quite enough of this. No, but for real, I don't have anything super important that I don't already know where it came from. It might be good to save the scry gunk that we have for now.
Say it sounds like it could be some time before we're able to get the water to make this thing work permanently, so it could be things that other people in our Pathfinder party want to identify with the other half of it.
True.
You know, I've always found it's good to save some of your gunk for later, otherwise you'll just be trying to scrape it out of the bowl when you really need it.
Bill will at least mention, were you raised in any of that? Kind of motioning to your cloak and to your boots. I don't want to pressure you into something. If you believe that the others might find it more valuable than you do, it is an option, though, if you don't know where they came from.
I was thinking about the cloak. I wasn't raised in it.
Oh, well that... Yeah, it's hard to say if that would be truly useful, then. Very well.
I found it in, the fort I was alive in. I assume it just came from there, but...
Yes, most certainly. Well, this should hopefully be here when we get back, now that we've gotten at least a palisade up. I don't think we'll be having to deal with any more defilers coming and ruining this place. I'm glad they left at least something working. Very well. And without checking this door, he opens it, and then he's like, oh shit, I should have checked that. But thankfully, there are no traps.
I'm gonna hang back for a second and wait for Foster. What did you mean when you asked me if I was... I forget what you said.
Disconnected? Like, have you passed through the dimensions? Does the weave not work on you the way it usually does?
Does that sound familiar to me at all?
Boy, oh boy, oh boy. Give me an occultism check. There are some elements of that where you're like, yeah, maybe because I've passed back and forth between these places, that's why I'm disconnected. But then it occurs to you, you cast magic all the time, and if you were truly divorced from the weave, you probably wouldn't be able to do that. But then again, you're not entirely sure what divorced from the weave really means in this context. It's hard to say.
I think I can. I didn't know. Then again, what divorced from the weave really means. I can use magic.
I guess that's fair. I should stick to gardening and raising weasels.
I'm pretty sure it's a stoat. Before
you did-
walking away from Baby Boy, Jane will just say, "Thank you," and then continue walking.
Well, this is shit. This is all shit. They've left the machine in working order, which is good, because that would have been very expensive to replace, but they've taken most of the components.
I'm sorry, I can't select myself because I'm under a graffiti.
Oh.
And I tried to select myself, and I just clicked the door twice.
I also think part of it is when I turn the HP bars on, it makes it so you don't see a border even if you are selected. But if you do like a box selection around yourself and then use the arrow keys, you should be able to walk out from under the door.
I'm really sorry for all that.
It's totally fine.
Who decided that these doors needed to be this way?
Yeah, for what it's worth, you can turn them down in the volume.
I have.
I have it off and I can still hear them.
Wait, really?
No, I'm kidding.
Okay, I was gonna say. Yeah, I have interface set to 10% for the stream, I think. They're so loud. I don't know why they're so loud. Those are all just the built-in sounds, too.
Can we replace those?
I'll look into it. Surely you can. You can mod almost everything for this.
Can you replace it with like the real old school Minecraft door sound?
Only if we make a door machine immediately afterwards.
Yeah.
We do also need you to replace anytime Foster drops to 0 hit points with a dry bone sound.
Right,
Until we
of
get
course.
a cease and desist from Nintendo.
Right. I accidentally left this music running, but it's my favorite, so I'm going to let it happen.
It's so good.
good.
Oh, it went away. Here you go. Alright. As he steps in, he starts looking over everything. You can see that this place has been trashed. Books have been ripped out. Graffiti is on the walls again. And he begins to just kind of study the machine. Well, alright.
It's not supposed to look like that.
Well, the machine is quite alright, but it should be spinning, and there should be a little thing over here that lets you speak into it, and over here is where we actually perform the rituals. And this, and he kind of opens a drawer, this should be completely filled with Zephyr Hawk down. We're going to need to get more of that. I'll compile a list of all the things we'll need to do to fix it back up. Darwin will be disappointed. I know he was hoping that at least some of this would still be functional. But I suppose that's more quests to get things started. Classic go fetch quests. Anyway, I'm going to need about 20 or 30 minutes to compile all this, and then we can head back. Should be able to make it before the sun goes down. And he just kind of goes about writing things down and studying this machine and compiling lists of all the stuff that's going to need to be fixed up.
Quick question: what do you mean by it's successfully identified now?
You put it into the Cinder Stone, and it was able to project an image of how it was made. And you know that with Rita's hand, it just straight up showed static. So presumably whatever has happened to you and to the collar is not the same as whatever happened to Rita's hand.
Okay, I gotcha. Because I was opening up and I'm like, I still don't know what it says.
Yeah, yep.
If everyone else walks out of this room that Bill is in, besides Baby Boy, if he's still here, Jane looks to Baby Boy for a second and says, "We're building trust, right?"
Aye.
She looks to Bill, who's presumably making notes of all the shit he needs together. Oh, hang on just a minute.
Yeah, sure thing.
Oh, she's glitching out.
So you guys trust me, right? I need to processing. Baby boy, there's just something I've been meaning to tell you. Parsing dialogue.
I forgot your robot voice. Your robot voice is so good.
I like that robot voice. It's so fun to do.
You
Some
just-
words are like damn near impossible to
Oh,
say. It's,
say, I'm Jane. I love time.
I'm Jane. I love time.
Honest.
My favorite things are clocks and trains.
Holy shit. It's just Microsoft Jane. It's just Microsoft Jane. It's wild.
Microsoft Jane.
Okay, would it be funnier if Jane talked in Microsoft Jane voice or like the TikTok robot voice?
Oh, no, that's just like unnerving.
What's the TikTok robot voice?
I can't
It's the
do
one
it.
that
I don't
says-
know if you can do it.
It's like I think it's something
Oh.
to say. It's hard to like just
The one
do
that's
up.
like high pitched and like
Yeah, it's like really
Today,
smiling.
na, na, na.
Yeah.
My teacher gave me a watch and then both of her hands got cut off. You won't believe what happens next.
Yeah, it's real bad. Oh, the kids are sick again. It might be a second before he gets back.
Yeah.
I know it's like really early to say this, but I have no idea what I'm gonna do for my next accent after this one. I feel like I'm like, I feel like I just go so, I don't know. I've gone wild, and I can't stop now.
I'm reeling it back in for my next character. Actually, that's not. I did. I went from Cricket to Jupiter, and I guess I'm advancing again. I think the next character I play is probably going to be Full Mean. So I guess I am kind of doing a back and forth pattern.
I miss Full Mean. I miss that group.
I
I miss those little shits.
Those little bastards.
I'll never forget the time that we ripped off your clothes and shoved you outside.
Yeah, you're an asshole. You guys are all assholes.
Well, in our defense, we didn't know that was gonna happen.
Sure.
And then also in our defense, you just left the door open.
Yeah, to inspect it. I was helping the party. Welcome back. All right.
Sorry about that.
You missed a wonderful Jane voice while you were gone.
2 of them.
It's fucking terrifying. My child walked around the corner behind me and scared the shit out of me. Daddy.
That's why you gotta put bells on them.
True. Tight on your ankles.
Especially at night.
Yep.
Yeah.
So, Jane says, building trust, right? There's only so much I can say, but if we're gonna save Rita from whatever Tesseract has done to her, I can't be the one who saves her. I can't be instrumental to saving her. I intend to use chronomancy to change some things about my past. And when I do, there's so much that we don't know that doesn't make sense. But if what I plan to do works, then I won't be here. I won't have been here to help her. So I need to count on you two. I'll help, I'll do everything that I can, but it can't be me that saves her. I can't fail her. Does that make sense at all?
Why? If you go back in time and make it so you never have to come here, you can never come here. Though, I don't know much about time magic. Can you really change time?
She pulls the stopwatch out of her front pocket again. There's a lot we don't know. A lot of it turns into paradoxes and causality loops and we just don't know what's possible. And maybe I'm worrying about nothing. Maybe the timelines will diverge, or we just don't know.
Is this loud enough that Bill can hear?
Yes, this is intentionally to Baby
Okay.
Boy and Bill.
Bill, continuing to just write things down in his book and look over this machine, does kind of say over his shoulder, And Rita didn't tell you this is a bad idea.
Jane holds the stopwatch up. She gave me this, didn't she?
He kind of just like shakes his head.
In truth, she did. She told me that. She told me that it was not only a bad idea, but that it wasn't possible.
I hope she's right.
I can't. She can't be.
Bill kind of straightens up and he looks at you and then to Baby Boy. I don't know what terrible thing happened in your past that you need to change it, but whatever it is, I can assure you, it will be better if you don't. Make peace, move on, find a new future. The world is ahead of you, and he kind of just starts to walk towards the door.
Does Jane touch her wedding ring at all, or like motion towards it whenever you talk about changing time, or even if just like fidget with it?
No, not really. She's
Okay.
mostly looking at the pocket watch in her hand. Give me a perception check.
I hate myself because I was laughing the whole time through that whole conversation because I was just imagining Baby Boy saying, "If you had a chance to change time, would you?"
Christ.
Since you're specifically looking for Jane to like fidget with something during this conversation, the hand that has the wedding bands, after she puts the pocket watch back in her pocket and kind of, you guys are wrapping up this conversation and she's kind of, taking a deep breath and thinking about what Bill's just said, you do see that her left hand does go down to the top, the top that she uses for her magic that sort of hangs from her belt. Just kind of idly, absent-mindedly kind of spins it around in her fingers.
Jane, I can no promise. It's difficult for me to interfere. I represent more than just me. I represent... No. I do not represent me. My actions are not my own. But I'll try to find a way.
That would mean the world to me, to have your help. The closest I've gotten to an answer in all of this is that it involves the dimensions, it involves things beyond just spell casting. And the only living beings that are known to have originated from that kind of magic are the Illithid and the Echo Fae. So I'm running short on leads, and you and Bill are the best hope I've got, I think.
I'm not helping. Unless you ask very nicely and promise not to do anything stupid.
Jane,
I'd be happy to ask nicely, but I can't promise not to do anything stupid.
He kind of throws his hands up, shakes his head.
Jane, I suspect you've done many studies on time. No?
I'm still kind of a beginner, but I'd like to think that I know my way around the idea.
Do you understand the gravity of what you're trying to do?
She nods.
Are you doing it for someone else? No. Do not answer. It's none of my business. Be careful, Jane. I'll look after you.
I'll look after you too, then. She'll reach a hand out to just give you like a handshake.
Shake your hand back. He kind of glances over to Bill, who's I guess, doing whatever over there. And then you feel once again, baby boy, into your mind. I quite enjoy misleading. But perhaps one thing I should tell you is I'm no illithid.
She, again, knowing that she can't respond telepathically and that clearly you intended to keep this from Bill, she'll just
Yeah. Nor an
kind
echo.
of...
Time may be outside of my control.
She'll nod. And once Bill has left the room, she'll just say,
Then what are you? No.
if you can get me to where you're from to that library, I can see the sands of time. Maybe that'd be a good place to start.
Aye.
First, I gotta solve this riddle, though.
Yeah. Maybe I should have made it a little easier. Made it myself. He does seem a little proud of it. He seems proud. He seems proud of his riddle.
Jane Crichton, I'm a big fan of riddles, but the extra planar being that controls me as a character despises them with all of his heart, so I'll probably roll dice about it at some point.
I don't even know what I'm going to do if you roll dice. I didn't make this riddle up.
I thought, yeah. I mean, I gave you like specific information, Feck, and I was like, well, I only gave you like 3 pieces of information, so I was like, that's all I have for the riddle.
We'll cross that bridge when we get to it. Before we wind down here, real quick, Kaz, first of all, what are you up to during all this? Are you kind of just like waiting for the nerds to finish up their nerd shit?
Yeah, just
Okay.
hanging out here with Foster, making small talk.
Perfect.
So did you grow all that yourself?
I did. It was hard at first to get them to wrap around in a way that they would keep growing, but
It's very nice.
thanks. I'm sorry about the curse. I wish I knew where that island was, but your sword gun is really cool too.
Oh, thank you. I made that myself.
You made that?
Uh-huh.
That's incredibly impressive. I don't even know where I would start with that.
We usually start with a big piece of steel.
I guess it does make sense. Will you lower me down into the pit? There's some weeds down there. I figured if we're waiting, I might as well do
Sure.
some picking.
I'd lower you down by your ankles, but I'm afraid all the dirt would come out of your boots if I did that.
I do need the dirt. The boots are a little loose without it.
Oh,
As Kaz is helping you down there, and as the sun starts to get lower on the horizon, and it kind of dips down to an autumn orange, Foster, there is a breeze of wind that blows in through the broken window panes of this pyramid, and you hear a voice on the wind. Foster.
Good, that's what I came down here for anyway. I will approach the tree.
The tree kind of rustles a bit, but then there's another gust that kind of passes overhead, and you hear the whisper drawing from outside. It seems to be coming from the woods outside. Foster.
I guess I will try to head back this way and climb up,
Yeah.
probably with Kaz's help.
As you're doing that, Yieldwood looks at you expectantly, like a cat that's seen a ghost. And when she realizes that you've seen it, she darts out through the portcullis and starts running.
Yeah, I'm too big to get through there. Yieldwood just ran off.
your raccoon is getting away.
Yeah, I better catch up to her.
Do you want to?
You can come with if you want.
Yeah, I'll keep up.
All right. As you guys get out front, you see that Pritchard is still keeping watch. He's like, oh, is everything all right in there? I heard quite a commotion.
Most of it's taken care of. We'll fill you in later, but right now we need to chase that rodent.
Yilbode kind of comes over here and does a little bit of a scam, or like a clamber up this small cliff. It's, a little tricky, but it's not a hard climb. You guys can make your way up eventually. And begins just following this river. You are in short pursuit right behind her, and as Foster breaches through, Kaz right behind them, Foster sees a pool, a shimmering little pond or a lake of some sort that feeds this little river, surrounded by a nice little jungle forest, an area that is still mostly verdant, that is filled with just bright, colorful flowers and plants that are not seen anywhere else as you guys have traveled along this promontory. It almost feels like a little lost garden stuck in time that just doesn't match any of the rest of the jungle around here. There are flowers that you've never seen before. There are things that you don't recognize. Beautiful, big, like kind of sunflower-looking things with pink petals that are as big as your face. Little bells that are bright blue. But you can see that there is junk all over. There is scattered papers. There are the bones of some skeleton. You can see that there's a little patch that has just been thoroughly trampled down. There is stuff that is just boxes and crates that have been thrown into the bed of the lake. This once pristine and beautiful little garden appears to have been despoiled. And the whispering kind of stops. And Kaz, as you step through behind Foster, you can kind of see what they were seeing. The same area. You haven't heard the whispers that Foster has heard this whole time, but you do notice that when Foster steps in and you come in right behind them, the water of this lake was kind of shimmering with the wind, kind of rippling, and everything goes perfectly still, perfectly tranquil. In the snap of a finger, the water is totally flat and it's almost like a mirrored surface, just very still.
Yeah, Kaz. The hair on the back of his neck probably stands up a little bit, but he stays silent himself and
It's here.
honestly probably just like looking around like, oh, this is pretty.
You
What's-
heard them right, the whispers.
No, I was just chasing your friend. Sorry, did you hear someone?
I heard it. It's talked to me before. I have to clean this up. And I start just cleaning up the papers and.
The old one kind of does the same thing. She actually grabs a little stick and she sharpens it to a point and starts using it to just like spear papers, kind of like a trash picker upper.
This is so cute.
Yeah. And just starts scampering around, gathering up all the gunk that just kind of despoiled this place.
Kaz kind of stands there with his arms crossed for a bit, watching Foster and Eelbold go off. At first, just like, oh, that's below me. I don't feel guarded, but then he really just like looks around the place for a bit. And he rolls up his sleeves and he goes in and tries to kind of help out.
Yeah, I'll do my best to, with Kaz and Yieldwood's help, clean up the trash. I'll probably find some plants that are like growing too close together and separate them a little bit so their roots don't get entangled, and just do what I can in the little amount of time I have.
Give me some sort of a gardening check. I assume it would just be nature unless you have something else.
Let's see.
I was expecting Kaz to roll a 0 on nature.
That's pretty decent, actually.
My background is Plant Whisper, which gives me plant lore.
Yeah,
But,
would be
nature
very
is-
appropriate here.
Nature is better.
I will give you the easier DC from having a relevant lore skill. Wonderful. You begin doing just a thorough job of kind of gardening and maintaining this place, cleaning it up. The thing that stands out to you once you get to actually like pruning and trimming, the plants here, there are no weeds. There are no invasive species. There's no like infighting among these plants. These plants seem to be almost perfectly balanced with each other. There is man-made interference, there's gunk, there's trash, there's debris, The plants are perfect. They're pristine. There's nothing you could do to make these plants any better than they are, except for getting all of the man-made junk away from them.
Alright, once it's all kind of cleaned up, I'll look to Yieldwoad. Is it like last time? Is this why you brought me here? I remember back to however long ago it was now at this point.
Yeah.
When I followed these whispers before. And I'll walk to the edge of this perfectly still pool and look into it.
Yieldwood kind of looks up to you, and they kind of shrug, but she sort of nods her head, like, yeah, this feels kind of similar, but the impression that you get from her is that she doesn't remember a whole lot more than you do from that. But she does,
Gotcha.
as you kind of go up to the edge of the water, she kind of like reaches up and grabs your fingertip, and she looks at the water, and she kind of like shrugs.
Well, maybe we were just here to do something nice and... I don't recognize any of these plants.
You recognize some of them, but there are, I would say that about 30 to 40% of them you've never seen before, don't recognize. What was your, let's see, nature check of 17 with the applicable lore skill? You have read about some of these plants, and you would know that the plants that you've read about that you don't recognize are closely associated with the Feywild. They are not from this plane.
Oh, then maybe there's some kind of phase spill over here? All the whispers are gone, and I don't know what else I can do here. It's cleaned up. I guess maybe we should head back to the group then?
Yeah. Well, as you're still working, before we get to that, back inside, Baby Boy and Jane, I know Jane just had to bounce, but we're almost done. At some point, Bill kind of says, okay, I think I've got everything I need, and the sun is going down. Shall we get a move on?
Does not compute.
Presumably, the two of you, unless you have any other business here.
Yeah, we walk out hand in hand. Well, hand in puppet hand.
Of course, of course. They step out, and they realize, oh, where did Kaz and Foster? They step out front, and Pritchard's like, oh, they went up that way. They were chasing after some sort of a mouse, I think? I couldn't tell.
To this day, no one knows.
I should give him a roll, at least. Oh, he's trained in nature. Good luck, Pritch. Nope. Some sort of mouse. But eventually...
Is this chest not trapped anymore?
Yeah, Kaz disabled all the traps.
We can open this chest now?
If you want. I will, okay, before you decide to do that.
I'm not gonna, it might be a minute.
That chest never had a string attached to it.
Oh, I don't trust it.
Okay. One way or another, though, Pritchard points the direction that you guys ran off, and you kind of meet halfway. You find Foster and Kaz and even Yieldwoad with just arms full of trash and debris.
Oh, hey.
What are you gonna do with all that?
Find somewhere to dispose of it the right way. Is it gunking up the river up there?
What type of garbage? Is it just like papers and stuff?
Yeah, it's a little bit of everything, but it's mostly papers, boxes, crates, little bits of broken furniture. It looks to you, pretty obviously, to not be like somebody went there and dumped stuff intentionally. Somebody went there to fuck it up intentionally. It kind of reminds you of the way that this place has been trashed.
Does it look like Mare can eat any of it? Just turn him on like a vacuum
to the extent that a dog can eat a piece of paper, yeah, absolutely.
I'm just gonna send all the mass from this universe over to him.
After the second piece of paper.
No, I'm not gonna.
Okay, all right. Unless you have any other business here, I think Bill kind of suggests, well, we should get a move on before it gets dark. I will want to tell the Tempos what we found here so that we can start dealing with it. This is going to be quite a hassle if we don't jump on it quickly.
Hey, Bill, are we over a ley line or something here?
I mean, several. This whole place was built because it's magically rich. It made it easiest for us to build these devices on. Why? What did you find?
The pond, if you keep following the river, it's got some, fey plants around it.
Oh, the garden. Yes, oh my god, give me just a second, sorry. Notes. I should have assumed that somebody would ask him what he knew about this. Yeah, the garden. Francesca always told us that we should take good care of it and not build anything in it. There was a little simple kind of ivy trellis that surrounded it, but apart from that, she just let it go wild. It was always very beautiful.
I see. That's nice. Maybe I'll come back and keep up with it.
Certainly. I admit I don't think anyone has touched it since she passed away quite some time ago. I'm sure she'd be delighted to know that somebody's looking after it.
It's a shame someone should be keeping up with it. I'll definitely be back.
Certainly. Well, let's get going. And with that, you guys begin to travel back towards the camp, where hopefully, assuming everybody survives tomorrow's session, we'll all regroup for the first time.
Yeah, I might need to do something like before we go to sleep this night, but I can wait until our next session.
Cool, sounds good. Next session, of course, tomorrow we're going to do the other half of the group, see what they do at the Alcazar. Tentatively, there may be the big final everybody meets up session next Tuesday, but we're going to figure out what the schedules look like before I commit to that. So
I'm excited to see Branch again.
Right? I'm so excited to get everyone all in one place for the first time. Tentatively, no promises yet.
All right, guys, I gotta head to bed.
Absolutely.
This
Have a
was
good
fun.
night.
Night, y'all.
Good night.
I didn't know how long I was going to have to hold on to that Enchilada token. I'm real glad you rolled high on that.
Right.
Eastward of Eden, where the clouds meet the dirt, we left our poor mother and seeded the earth. Gates they were shuttered, the latches were locked. Oh, eastward of Eden, where men become gods. Though our people, we toiled as one till they ate up our shores. Oh, eastward of Eden, where we always want more. Our towers, they rose up and set with the sun. Our sermons, they burned us with fiery tongue. We rode our wings of metal, surprised when we fell. Eastward of Eden, where heavens are hell. Leave it all, leave it all, leave it all behind. Leave it all, leave it all, leave it all behind. Leave it all, leave it all, leave it all behind. Leave it all, leave it all, leave it all Eastward of Eden, where the dust meets the dirt, we murdered our mother and strangled the earth. Forgive us, oh mama, whose face we forgot. Oh, eastward of Eden, where men become gods. Eastward of Eden, where men become